I'm a little rusty on it.
I'll hum it for you.
Hi there. It seems I hit the pre-stream at the end. Early. Here, we're going back really quick. I'm gonna blow my nose.
Playing Sam. Playing as time goes by.
Oh, I can't remember it myself. I'm a little rusty on it.
I'll hum it for you.
Well, since we already switched over, I guess. I figured you didn't want to watch me blow my nose. But, also I probably gotta turn off my music. What happens when you accidentally smack a button you didn't mean to smack? Anyway, hi there. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing this fine evening? Let's do the intro really quickly. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you might be watching this. My name is Josh and welcome to my channel. On here, I accidentally start the stream early before I have fully sat down and tied my hair. And the last two things I need to do, but you know what? That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But on here, normally after I do all of these things, we talk about news, politics, and current events. Today we have some fun stuff. We're gonna kind of follow up with a very what's the word I'm looking for? We're gonna follow up with a little bit of the Hogwarts Legacy stuff. That discourse has actually really hit. You know, it's funny. I heard the game isn't even out yet, but it's got 500,000 players already logging in and playing. Granted, I think if you bought the deluxe edition, you get access to the game a little early, but not me. But mainly because I'm not really buying the game. It's didn't really interest me all that much. I played the Harry Potter games back in the day. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna talk about that, and then I want to kind of look at. I saw a few people do videos on the House Oversight Committee. And kind of some of the hearings, so I want to take a look at some of the highlights from that. We're going to be using Humanist Reports videos. Actually, I'll do that while we do this, and then as we get closer, I should say, and then we're just gonna kind of roll into some what's it called, right-wing stuff that kind of flew under my radar. One of these videos is going to be a little bit older. By a couple months, but I want to watch it because I just found it really interesting, or at the very least it popped up on my feed. So let's just dive right in. So I'm sure you're all aware, if you've been on the internet, that there is a video game called Hogwarts Legacy. One second. Okay. Hogwarts Legacy is a game made by I don't know, I'm not anonymous, by the way. Can I call in? I see we have a call-in request. Let me get through a few stories and then we'll set something up. How about that? Anyway, Hogwarts Legacy, people have been, what's the word I'm looking for? I think really torn over this game, and mainly I talked about this in my in the last time we talked about Hogwarts Legacy, which I think was on Monday. Look, the game it's not a bad game. That would be really nice if it was, but it's not. And I think people's choice of what media they consume shouldn't necessarily be part of the critiques that you make against their personhood or their quality of a person. Now, there are going to inevitably be people that I think are how do I kind of put this, who are going to be a little bit less amenable to that argument than maybe I am, and maybe kind of see their consumer habits as a little bit more a a little bit more on the up and up, more morality wise. But like, I want to take a look at a video. It's by a YouTuber named Jesse Gender, who I've seen before. I've like heard of their name. I've seen that they made a video previously kind of like brushing on this topic. So like, what's it called, so I want to kind of get their perspective. I know they've had some drama with Keffals, so like I don't know what their take's gonna be, but I quickly like kind of went through the video a little bit. I didn't pre-watch the whole thing, maybe the first minute or two. They seemed rather reasonable, but let's go take a look. I kind of want to see what the like one of the prevailing like arguments is from kind of people who I think probably would say don't buy the game. I don't think it matters, but let's just go right in, shall we? Epic Games. I just thought it was not anonymous. Did you have to switch your name, not anonymous? Probably did. Okay, anyway. Let's break into it, shall we?
Hey, everybody.
Hello. Okay, we're doing that. God, that's what happens when like on the fly I have to That's what happens when you launch and you're still trying to like put parts on the plane. Okay, cool. Let's hear some arguments. Hopefully this isn't going to be like super loud off rip, but
So I'm at an
okay,
airport
this is
and
not,
the
this is
lady
totally
bored.
reasonable.
We'll talk about that later, but more
Phenomenal.
importantly, I'm wanting to talk about the fact that I'm a fan of leftist streamer Hassan. I don't think he's perfect.
Yes.
I don't always agree with him, but I like him quite a lot, and I think he does a lot of really good work, and I think he's a good egg. I think he's a real good egg overall. But recently, because this is online, he got into a bit of drama, as happens sadly a lot with content creators, and shout out to FD Signifier's great recent video on this topic, by the way. But this drama was about how he, Hassan, wanted to play on his stream a certain wizarding game, controversial for reasons that I spoke about in a recent video, in order to raise money for transgender charities. To try to use a game that
Hey,
is
thanks,
part of
Epic
a
Games. I
wizarding
appreciate that.
franchise that is owned by an anti-trans
Let me
bigot
get
doing active harm to
my-
trans people, to fight back by doing a charity stream to try to make money for trans people, those she is directly harming. Honestly and truly, I think that is a fantastic impulse. It's a kind one, it's a caring one, it's one that shows he has a desire to do good, to help, to be kind, and to try to make change, that is his first desire. And I think that speaks all very well of him and who he is and what he tries to do with his work and his platform. And I'm sure if he did do that charity stream, that it would make a lot of money for transgender charities, which is awesome. However, there is an issue.
Okay.
He is
What's
a
the
leader
issue?
for many in many communities, not just the
Okay, and again, what do we got? I did see your message. I just hadn't read all the way through because I'm a slow reader and also trying to do other things. Yeah, so I lean right, but I don't have anything against LBJ. I do remember you were kind of on. I do remember last time we talked. Early, I'd say I don't think, however, all the J.K. Rowling views on transgenderism are unreasonable. And even if you think it goes too far, I'm against censorious cancel outrage regardless. We will talk about that. How about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? I have an idea. Let me get through this video, and then why don't you and me have a little chat about that? We'll kind of yuck it up on that topic, because I'm kind of curious about your perspective on this one. As somebody who's a little bit more on the right-leaning side, I want to get kind of a right perspective that isn't. I cover a lot of Matt Walsh. I cover a lot of like pundits, a lot of commentators. I want like a normal person's read on some of this stuff. So we'll chat about that. I think if you're up to it.
the leftist community, but the streamer community and many others, including a leader for many trans people. And I see a lot of folks, including other streamers or even transgender streamers, say, oh, well, if he can play the game, then I can. And then I see other people who look up to those streamers and leaders and say, oh, if they can play it, then I can donate to trans charities and play it myself. But here's the thing. Now that
Seems
everyone
reasonable.
here has bought and played the transphobes game and gave it more money and attention...
Okay. So let me start with my first thing. I don't really like... Okay. I'm not as a leftist, as somebody who doesn't buy into the capitalist structure or mindset of ownership over like any kind of like product like this. I don't know if it's necessarily fair to say it's a transphobes game, only really because J.K. Rowling as an author, you know, as a sole author of a book, you know, she has a lot of agency and a lot of say over what ends up in that piece of literature, right? But that is not the case when we're talking about like a video game that probably hundreds, if not like, you know, I'm not sure how big the actual dev team is, but like a bare minimum, you got to figure there's like 50 to 100 people, not including like just marketing, who are working on this game constantly and trying to put out a game that is fun for fans of the universe, regardless of, J.K. Rowling's political ideology. I do think there is a certain amount of, I think, separation we owe to the developers of this game, in order to not implicate people by the fact that they work as a development house. They are probably fans of the Harry Potter property and want to deliver a game that people can enjoy. I don't like that. I get it. She is going to make money from this, but she's already kind of made a lot of money. We've already given her this platform. So there is a bit of aspect of that like I understand the reaction, the like, oh, the person who's going to make a lot of money off of this is the transphobe. Well, yeah, they've always been making money off of everything Harry Potter. But we can't, like, I don't think it's fair to tell people to stop enjoying or consuming a piece of media just because the person at the top is, making money. I mean, they're also, us buying stuff isn't even the extent anymore for the money she makes. We're talking rights deals. We're talking like anybody who shows up to, I think it's Universal Studios down in Florida. It's a theme park with a Harry Potter section. But J.K. Rowling gets paid for every ticket that like you get in, that people pay for to get into that theme park. But we wouldn't say to people, don't go to the theme park, because like a small piece of your like entry ticket is going to go to her because she has an entire section based on her creative property. I don't think that's fair either. Moral consumption is, I think it's a tricky one, and I think sometimes can be applicable. I don't know if this is, I don't agree that this is one of the cases that it can, but let's just continue. Let's hear out the thing.
And validity, that's what you've used your platforms to do, to give validity to this game, to say it is okay. It makes her relevant, it makes her platform and franchise relevant, and allows her to keep justifying and causing harm to the transgender community. And also keeps telling the people in charge of this franchise that yes, they can still make stuff within it and make money while she's still doing her horrible stuff. And I'm not just talking about generally in our culture today, but I'm saying that this is happening within our own space.
What's up with the mic? My mic is great. Try to reload maybe. Nope, the audio still isn't working. Would it be too much for you to type in chat what your issue is? Okay, back. It's working. Okay, cool. Okay, we're good. Okay, cool.
Spaces that are supposed to be directly transgender supportive. Yes, the world sucks. Yes, it's breaking streaming records, and that sucks. But it doesn't mean that we have to replicate that economy within our own spaces that are supposed to be safe for trans people. It supports her economy, not ours, not the marginalized, not trans.
There's no, come on. Okay. There's no such thing as anybody's individual economy. There's individual bank accounts, but her economy, I mean, okay.
Gender peoples, and it normalizes in everyday discussions and discourses, keeping her and her platform in our attention, in our mind, in our culture, and we need to not do that. We don't use the tools of the oppressor to take down the oppressor.
But how do you, okay, but this is the thing. How do you separate J.K. Rowling from Harry Potter? She's not dead. And she's actively gone out of her way to tie herself not only to the success of this individual video game, but to the identity, in a way, like she's tied herself so much to Harry Potter, which any writer normally would, but she doesn't like allow fans to separate those two. There is no, I don't think there's really an ability to to invoke death of the author in this case. So what do? Never engage with Harry Potter anything? Like, never read, never visit Pottermore, never watch any of the new movies, never read any of the new books, never anything, even if it's not written directly by her. Like, I don't know what this, like, to me, I end up coming down to, it's like, okay, if you could snap your fingers and like erase Harry Potter from everyone's collective memory, then maybe we can have a conversation here. But we all know that can't happen. Harry Potter isn't going anywhere. So the question becomes, how do you consume that in a way that you can feel better about it? I just, I don't. Anyway, we'll just move on. Let's keep going.
I'm not saying we're going to be able to take down the presser today, but playing that game is playing on her and transphobic terms. This is what I and others talk about when we say don't play the wizarding game. It's not that you are a bad person or a bigot if you do, but what it's doing is not actually supporting trans people, and it's not being an active ally or accomplice to the transgender community, even if you do use it to try to do good things. We fight on our terms, not theirs. And a lot of people said this to Hassan, and good on him, he decided not to do the stream, which I think is a correct thing, but a few things have happened in...
Didn't he also not do the stream because he actively didn't want to get bullied by people? I do believe that was kind of the thing, is it was like, no, I'm not streaming the game, not because I don't want to play it, I don't want to stream it because I don't feel like getting harassment from people. Because unfortunately, that's what ends up happening. Girlfriend Reviews did a stream where they played Hogwarts Legacy, I guess, and like one of the creators of that channel had to, the girlfriend in name had to step away from the stream because people were harassing them, were being like very, very toxic about it. And it's like, what are you're fighting harm with other harm? Like I don't know what people got out of that. Like, I don't know what good that created in absence of them not playing the game. Like, if anything, more like less people would be convinced to your side as an ally, or even as a trans person acting that kind of way. Like, it's just and obviously there's a case where people troll, and there's no way to verify any of this, but there's no way to argue that on the left there hasn't been an issue with this game and with the idea of people simply playing it for the sake of playing a video game and not being able to separate those two things.
The discourse after that fact. First, people have said Hassan was bullied into not playing the game by transgender people. I'm sure many people were assholes to Hassan during this. Some of them
that would be called bullying,
being trans. And
most likely, yes, because trans people can be bullies too.
For his initial impulse to play the transphobic game to help trans people, and that really sucks because his intention was good. Don't harass streamers for playing the game. His intent was a good one. His hope was an earnest one. His desire was a good one. We don't use the tools of the oppressor to fight oppression. Oppressors harass. Oppressors view things in binary and essentialist terms.
But that's what's happening. I mean, we can say we don't do that, and we can say it's not okay, but it is what's happening. Like, there's no way to really spin this in any other way or say it in any other way, but it is what's happening. Like, there are streamers who are playing the game who are catching a lot of harassment from people online for playing the game, astroturfed or not.
Terms and want to create antagonism, and they want us to do the exact same thing to each other. While we fight oppressors, while not harassing them, we don't do that to each other. We create dialogues. We work with our community and between communities in kindness, and don't essentialize one's actions, but create meaningful conversations with each other based on the understanding that we are imperfect people imperfectly fighting a horrid system that hurts us all. Also, by framing the discussion as if trans people bullied him by saying that that was the overriding thing, which may even be completely true, it's ignoring the valid critiques that were being made, like the ones that I hopefully articulated earlier. And it frames the discussion in terms of
critiques can't really be bullying, can they?
Marginalized, against trans people. It frames trans people as the aggressors in this entire situation, as if we're the hateful, hurtful ones, when in actuality, we're the ones being harmed in all of this. In fact, it's also very important to point out that
I feel like okay, I'll be real. That feels like a cop out. I kind of feel that like that's a bit of a cop out. To say like, hey, there are like, you can't frame us in this way. First of all, nobody said all trans people. Keffel specifically was saying that there were people who were harassing Hassan, harassing other streamers. Like, this isn't something that we can just pretend that didn't happen in the trans community, coming out of the trans community and the LGBT community for that matter broadly. Like, in a way that was like justifiable. Like I understand there's a certain amount of there's a feeling, or not a feeling, there's an understanding that a lot of activism on the like specifically trans activism is self-defense. A lot of even radical rhetoric is self-defense. I'm not sure this is one of those cases that applies to that this specific situation. I just don't think it does. People are going to play a game. You're not going to there's no amount of Hassan not playing the game that is going to materially change how many people play Hogwarts Legacy, right? Like, there's no way to lower that number in a meaningful way outside of your own personal purchase or not. Like, to me, it's just one of these things where it's like, who are we fighting and why are we fighting them? Like, why are we bothering with this kind of pushback? It also buys into J.K. Rowling's entire like self-aggrandizing perspective. She already thinks that if you spend $1 on anything Harry Potter, specifically this game, but anything Harry Potter, that you are validating her political opinions. You should actively fight that and not reinforce that, because she is doing damage. She is doing harm to others by tying her political ideology, her political perspectives onto people who want nothing to do with them. Like, if anything, that's the harmful part of this that that I personally find to be really gross. Like, that's where the first actual hurt comes from, in my opinion. For all of her takes, for everything else, she didn't have the grace to leave people the room to enjoy media without her being involved. It's a selfish, self-centered mind's view. And we just validate that. We let her have that. We say, yes, she is right. If you buy this game, you're validating any of her politics. We're not giving people the space to buy the game and disagree with her, which I don't think from a political standpoint is very smart, but from an interpersonal one, it's also just rather like short-sighted, I think, and kind of mean to a degree, depending on how you approach it. But
One of the biggest right-wing disinformation campaigns about transgender people is that we're all bullies trying to control what you say or do.
And they canceled her because she said in an interview, and this is not
after
exactly
the
what she said,
segment,
but effectually, she said gender was a fact. And then the trans community got mad as they started calling her a TERF. I didn't even know what that was. But I know that trans people make up words to win arguments.
The way that you can tell who holds all the power in a society is by who you can't make.
I remember talking to my friends, and one of them was like, Dave Chappelle's funny, and I'm like, he is, when he's not a transphobe. Because what's the joke? That Dave Chappelle isn't aware of terminology? Like, the joke is like Dave Chappelle, like, this is my thing with the Dave Chappelle stuff, and I'm only going to talk about it very briefly. The reason why Dave Chappelle got so much pushback is because he's an amazing comedian, except when he covers gay or like LGBT issues, because he's wholly ignorant of them. And the joke is that he's ignorant of them. Like, that's the joke. Like you laugh at like the haha, I don't know what this thing is, haha. You're laughing to like you're laughing out of like a what's the word I'm looking for? An understanding that was supposed to be a punchline, but it wasn't funny. So you laugh to kind of fill that void of space when he pauses. But there's nothing funny about it. It's like, oh, I don't even know what a TERF is. Like, all right, Google it. Like, okay. And it's like, oh, people make up words. Like, well, no, it's an anagram for something. It's like if somebody was like, oh, the DOJ did this thing, and they went, huh, DOJ, I don't even know what that is. Just make up words. It's like, no, you just aren't educated. You're just kind of dumb. And like, it's just not funny. So like, that's why he got a lot of the flack he got. And he insisted
right?
That's right. So
on it too.
his
So it's like,
speech is violence, their violence is speech. See how that works? What's interesting is that the number of people who really care about this issue enough to assault someone over it is tiny. And yet they have disproportionate power. 350 million people in the country, maybe 1,100 feel that way, but they're running everything. Why is that?
running
Most trans
everything.
people are just saying this casually.
I love
and
when they say
trying to
running
be
everything.
reasonable, like I hopefully am trying to be myself.
And it's like, yeah,
And yet the
totally
narrative always
trans Joe
focuses on the
Biden.
loudest, most vitriolic voices in order to create a narrative around trans people. Now,
Yep.
I'm not saying that this is what Hassan is intentionally doing, but constantly framing trans people as bullies who are coming to attack you ultimately supports framing trans people as harassers and bullies, which ultimately feeds into the right-wing narrative around transgender people that frames us as the aggressors when really
So here's the problem. Here's the issue I have with this. Then how do you critique something that this group does internally? Because that's the question that it comes down to it. Hassan specifically says, like he already said, like, yes, like people aren't playing the game because they want to avoid bullying. There's going to be trolls who pretend to be part of this community and concerned, but there is a large segment of the community that is concerned about this game. So it's like, how do you address that issue from within the community without like catching the, oh, you're framing this in an unfair way? And it's like, well, I'm framing it in a way that's unfair to you because you're being unfair. Like, I understand the concept of like negative framing and not and not buying into right-wing narratives, but, and this is a big part, it's also all about how you communicate that. And Hassan, from what I've seen, has been rather responsible in the way he's communicated it. Same with most people. And I mean, it just, you know, like overall, it's like we can't just not call this out because it's not good. It's not good to harass people because you disagree with the game that they're playing, especially over something where it's like, we knew this game was coming out. Like, this game has been ruined. You know, we knew the release date and everything else. This should have already, like, this conversation should have been had before the game came out. And I think people should have already been ready to be like, okay, look, there are some people who disagree with me. They're just going to play the game. It's fine. They're not doing any of the things that I'm concerned that they're doing. Like, Hassan has a long history of advocating for trans rights. So I think this is one of those cases where it's like, I mean, you're not even giving the guy the flowers that he's already earned. Like, I think he's done enough in terms of being an ally where it's like, look, this, I'm going to disagree with you on this, but like, understand that like that doesn't mean that we need to go scorched earth or anything. Like, we should be able to handle these kind of internal disagreements on the left internally and not make it into like a all or nothing sort of game.
we are the ones being victimized. And by the way, I'm not saying that Hassan is contributing to this narrative intentionally, but certain people are taking it that way. Just like right-wing folks are currently using the fact that one streamer started crying after some mild pushback from her community about her playing Hogwarts Legacy, using it.
Yeah, that was Girlfriend Reviews, a 1 million plus subscriber YouTube channel, and one that took a lot of heat after their Last of Us Part 2 video came out. Like, if you want to talk about somebody who, like, you look bad from a political standpoint going after them and creating that outcome, this is not the channel to do so. Like, Girlfriend Reviews has been a great channel in terms of, like, being an ally for what little bit that they can. But this, like, I saw the video. It was not great. Like, their chat was being actively mean.
Also, these discourses make it about individuals, the person who's being bullied by the
one
transes, instead of about the actual trans community, the entire group of people
Just a
that is
little
being
bit.
harmed.
There we go.
It also forgets that trans people are harassed like
Now I
this
can see
on
that
the
thing.
daily.
Are we not?
just
Oh my
for
God,
being
we're not on
trans
one.
online.
I'm not saying
We're
all
doing
trans people are
1.25.
acting perfectly. No. Some
1.5
trans
is
people
my
may be
brain
angry
won't.
and
My brain
vitriolic
doesn't
towards
process that
content.
quickly. Gains, maybe not like you, but my brain, I need 1.25.
Others, and that sucks. It is awful, and we shouldn't be doing it. No one should be doing it. But a lot of trans
That
people
was
are
already
hurting
on
right now.
1.5.
We're imperfect people fighting a horrid system imperfectly. That's not to forgive them. It's not to say it's okay. But it's the understanding that we have to have when you have a marginalized group being attacked.
You probably should.
And I know the criticism to this
You
video will
probably
be,
should forgive
well,
people.
if he plays Hogwarts Legacy, then maybe people who might be watching an anti-trans streamer might watch him instead. But my argument back to that would be, instead of worrying about continual endless growth in a very capitalistic sort of mindset, why not worry about modeling how to fight for trans people and platform trans people to your audience? Be a champion to the audience you are.
Well, because this is like how coalition building works. We can't just why not do the thing that appeals to the internal group, to other leftists? Like, say what you want about, like, oh, capitalist growth. You want your movement to grow. Like, do you not want the movement to grow to people who aren't just already leftists? I certainly do. But to do that, you have to appeal to more than just the left spectrum. Like, yes, in this case, we do want capitalist style growth in our movement. I think that's absolutely what we want.
And hey, who knows, maybe by taking a stand, doing something different than the already tons of other people playing Hogwarts Legacy on the platform, you'll make your audience grow anyways, by being someone different, by showing them a different way forward that's positive and helpful.
But second, I also hear now that Hassan is not going to do anything. He's not going to do a trans charity stream. At least that's what I know at the time of this filming. Maybe that's changed. He's not going to play any game or talk about transgender issues during this time. But we don't, as activists, do things because people were dicks or because things are awful all the time. We don't be reactive. We be proactive. And being proactive means realizing you don't need the wizard game to do a transgender charity stream. You can just do a transgender charity stream. The wonderful video.
I really don't. I don't think they're being necessarily unfair, but I'm not crazy how there's always like a cop out of like, oh, well, you know, like, oh, they've decided, fine, I'm just not going to engage with it right now because it's just kind of a toxic topic. Then it's like, nope, you still have to do, like, there's always, like, the bar moving is a bit irritating to me.
SAS Jacob Geller did one actually late last year playing sword video games and raised thousands of dollars. Hell, the most effective trans charity stream that I'm personally aware of was of Donkey Kong 64, a game that is decades old at this point. You can just do a transgender charity stream.
Love Donkey Kong 64.
You don't need to play any specific game. In fact, even better, you can support not only a transgender charity stream, but a transgender artist at the same time. You can use your platform to play a game by a transgender person that others may not even have heard of. For example, Celeste comes to mind. Tell Me Why also is a game that has transgender artists and actors.
Celeste was a very popular game.
The indie-free Bloodborne PS1 remake is even better too. Give attention to the indie creator of Bloodborne PSX, who is a transgender woman who made that game out of a passion and desire to learn to be a better creator and who wants to go on to do more cool projects beyond just Bloodborne remakes. And I honestly, by the way, recommend No Clip Gaming's wonderful documentary about her, by the way. Imagine if Hassan, one of the biggest streamers out there right now, streamed her game while doing a trans charity stream. Gave her attention and inspired other streamers to do the same.
Well, I mean, he still can in the future and he could before, but like Hogwarts Legacy is kind of the game that everyone's talking about, and you would want to maximize the amount of attention, therefore maximizing the amount of support that you could gain by growing your viewership and growing your influence a little bit. Like, all of those things are good and you can do all of those things. But like, if we're talking at this specific moment, like if like this is a like that's just, it's just not how content creation works. Like, at the end of the day, Hogwarts Legacy is what people's talked about it. I already have a video out. I really don't need to talk about this anymore. I've already had my piece with it. I'm not even playing the game. I'm a super small streamer, but like, I'm engaging with it mainly because it's still a big topic. I didn't think it would still be by the end of the week. I mean, I figured this wave was over, but like, even still, people are still talking about it, and that's why I'm talking about it, because it's the thing people are talking about. Because I want to hear perspectives, I want to hear people's opinions, but like, I'm not gonna go and play some other thing that's not at all tangentially related. Like, that's just not how being a content creator, being even a streamer works. Like, you kind of got to ride the waves or be irrelevant. And like, if the difference between being irrelevant and not is making like what, $1 million raised for like the Turkish earthquake that happened recently, then yeah, like, that's the maximum good you can create. Do that. So like, I don't know. This feels like just a like, why don't you just be smaller and do, and like, it's just asking people to do things that are going to be less successful and be less effective, because being less effective is, I guess, more in the I guess to a degree is just a little bit more pure, which yeah, kind of, but I don't like, again, it's always like, I don't know, like, having our side be successful and influential is kind of what I want.
Would it be better numbers than the Wizard game numbers? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. But it would be doing
Like,
things on
no,
our
it
terms.
wouldn't. It just
Imagine
wouldn't.
Hassan streaming that game. It might help change the course of her career completely in a positive way. It would enable her and help a transgender creator be able to make more wonderful, beautiful things and put those beautiful things out in the world for other trans people.
Sure, does that like fix anything? Does that solve, like, one person gets helped, which I'm all for, but like, it's one person. Like, we make this critique all the time when the right wing like sees Mr. Beast give out like free eyeballs to people. Like, you're only helping that one individual. We want to maximize the good that we're doing, especially the larger the platform.
People to resonate with and other people who aren't trans to find and discover and see what trans people can do. And I want to see those things that she can make, what she has to say. And all of that would be done while doing a charity stream for trans people. But maybe some of you out there are like, look, those games are awesome, but they're too small. The Wizard game is trending right now and relevant. Twitch will eat that up.
That is what I
We
said.
need to play a trending game. And okay, if that's your argument, I got you there too. Play Last of Us Part 2. That's a video game that is relevant right now because of the, I think, record-breaking HBO
Wait, why
TV
wouldn't
show.
you play Last of Us
It's a
Part
video
1?
game that stars numerous queer actors and characters, including a transgender one.
People who if you're like a show watcher, you don't want to watch Part 2. You do not want to watch a playthrough of Part 2. You do Part 2 maybe when like you would. Okay.
Played by Star Trek's own Ian Alexander, who is boss, by the way. Especially in that
Amazing game, by the way.
And the game was also made with several trans developers behind the scenes, including at least one that I know of in a lead developer role. And there might be more. And that's not even to mention that the TV show that is relevant right now stars Bella Ramsey, who is non-binary, and Pedro Pascal, who is one of the most adorable human beings of all freaking time, and also a vocal
What a nice
ally
sweater.
to the trans community, who himself has a transgender family member. Play that game. It's just as trending and relevant as the, Wizarding one. Right now, as I said, I'm in an airport, and sorry for the terrible noise and weird cuts because the speakers have been coming on. But the reason I'm here is because I'm traveling to Los Angeles to visit the Star Trek Picard premiere that I was very kindly asked to attend by.
I just want to say, this has nothing to do with the topic, but I could never be this person. I don't think I have it in me to be this person. Like, I've seen people film themselves, at like airports, do like vlogs at like IRL, and like, I don't know, man. I don't know how people do it. I would be like, I'd be so bad at this. I couldn't do like the like on my phone sort of thing. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, I could never do something like this. I don't know. Essayists do it every once in a while. I see them whenever they're traveling and trying to make their content. Good God, I could never. I just feel too self-aware.
The creators behind the show with my fellow queer creator and Trekkie, Sean Ferrick, and others. Shout out to Trek Culture, by the way, for being amazing. And as I said, I was invited here by the creators of Star Trek, who I know for a fact donated to transgender charities and didn't play the Wizard game. I saw online one of the producers of Star Trek Lower Decks, my favorite Star Trek show right now, tweeted out about it because he fucking rocks. And it showcases to me that there are big franchises and creators working within them, and creators big and small, both within franchise, within big multimedia corporations and without, run by people who want to care and fight with the vulnerable. Support those people. And if you want to say, oh, support the devs of the Wizarding game, I talked about that in my big video. You see, the trick of our capitalistic attention economy is making you think you have to use where the attention already is to get anything done. To beg for scraps from someone else's table because they have the Eye of Sauron of the cultural discourse on them. But we don't have to play that game. We, as activists, we create our own attention. We can't take down the Wizarding franchise, at least not right now. We can't take down the person who created it.
It's not happening. I'm sorry. This is Cope. Doing the, like, at least right now, I'm sorry. It's over. Harry Potter is a fundamental part of, like, probably what, 2 to 3 generations' literary upbringing. I'm sorry, the battle's over for that one. The best thing you can do is consume it in a healthy way and advocate against the creator's ideological wishes. That's really the only thing you can hope for. You can hope that somebody comes along and does to Harry Potter what Paul Verhoeven did to the guy who wrote Starship Troopers, who's an utter piece of shit, and like with the movie, and like just utterly undermine their perspective or their ideology, I should say.
It's not going to happen today. But the basis on which we build the chance to actually do that down the line, does start today with our actions, what we create right now. And to do that, we create and fight on our terms. We cook our own meal with our community and others. We don't beg for leftovers from those who harm us. This isn't about a boycott of the Wizarding game. I'm not here for a boycott. I said as much in my last video. That's the wrong way to think about this. What this actually is about is creating our own future, creating our own systems outside of these attention economy things, making our own attention, creating something stronger to build upon that works for us, making opportunities for those who didn't have it before, and don't give more to those who already have too much. This isn't a lesson we should take away just in this situation. It's what we should remember always. If this video was just about this Hassan moment, I wouldn't have made this video. This is a goal we need to work towards always. We build on our own terms. We build our own systems of support. Oh, and by the way, this same argument goes for the trans character in the Wizarding game. Her name is Sirona. Sir-Ona. I see the developers are going to the same school of naming that gave us the wonderful Kingsley Shacklebolt. The character is a tokenizing, oh, I have a fictional trans best friend nonsense meant to trick you and others into saying all of this is okay.
That shit was fucking, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that they called her that, like, oh man, that was rough.
Think they're being allies by supporting an economy based on hate.
Let everybody be angry.
I spent the last few days getting told Avada Kedavra by bigots in my DMs and comments online. People calling me mudblood. People dehumanizing me. People telling me to kill myself using wizarding avatars. The Wizard franchise, while an oppressor doing active harm owns and controls it, sadly can't be reclaimed. It is a tool for them. It is their terms now, their language now.
I don't like
this. Let's not
this.
try to claim their tools to fight them. Let's make our own and share them with each other. Oh, and speaking of which, the download link to Bloodborne PSX is in the down below, and it ain't $70. That's money you could instead then use to donate using the charity links that I also...
Okay. Okay. How do I... Okay. That was... So, okay, let me get let's get a recap really quickly. Overall, I didn't hate that. I didn't love it either. I think overall, like, fine points. I come away with it at the end of the day kind of being like, none of the solutions that were given, I don't think really were good counters to, you know, at the end of the day, you can do all of those things, you can play all of those things, you can support all of those things. But as a business, as a, not even a business, as a, I think, political movement, a ideological side of kind of US politics, the desire to keep our like purity while trying to grow the movement is always going to be a push-pull. It's always going to be something where we're going to have to make compromises for each of those. To grow more, the message is going to have to be broader. To be broader, it's going to have to be watered down to a degree. That's just kind of the way political messaging works. And I think people being more understanding of the brief moments when maybe the thing that they're more interested in, or the style of the way we deliver our rhetoric, has to take a back seat for a moment. I think, you know, when we kind of master a little bit of that balance, people will be able to kind of be more comfortable with that. I'm stuttering a little bit because I'm trying to collect my thoughts at the moment, because it is complicated, and a lot of this stuff is complicated, and trying to come from it as if I think there is one answer, and like there's like one answer that is correct and starting from another one that is incorrect, and we'll explain how one is wrong, the other has the alternatives or whatever, I think is a fundamental misunderstanding of how people kind of work. I think at the end of the day, we need to give the people the grace to consume and not be so judgmental about that in a certain way, and also not buy in our own heads into the system we're told is what's the word, is ubiquitous. You know, there's an element to that. I hear a cat needling at the door. But either way, I think that was well thought out. I didn't love it, but I did like, I liked a lot of what the video said. They brought up a lot of good points. I don't think any of it was wrong, but I did disagree with bits of it, which, you know, something I think sometimes we on the left have to kind of be better about, especially when it's people on our side, is I didn't agree. And that's okay. Perfectly fine. We're allowed to do that. And, you know, just live with that. But anyway, let's go on a quick break. I'm going to make sure Gaines here is ready, assuming he's still here. And then we'll come back and talk to him about it and about stuff or whatever. But yeah, we're going to go on a break real quick. So don't go anywhere. Oh, also, if you've enjoyed any of this, if you've gotten any catharsis, maybe some education, maybe you just enjoy hanging out, you should hit the follow button if you're down there on Twitch. Or if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Really helps out the channel, helps me grow as a creator, helps me not, you know, have to continue to go back to a normal job, which I don't hate, but it'd be cool to do this instead, because I much prefer this. But either way, hang out, enjoy the BRB thing or whatever. I don't know what that's called, but enjoy that while we set up the call and see if they're still there. while he, I don't know. Looks like he might have left. Who knows? I don't know. Either way, let's just continue, shall we? Anyway, okay. So the House Oversight Committee met earlier in the week over about the Hunter Biden laptop story and whatnot, and they called in former Twitter executives to ask them a bunch of questions about well, honest to God, kind of just like ask them a bunch of questions about their own their suspected bias against conservatives. So let's go take a look at some of this. We're gonna look at Mike Figueredo, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, over at the Humanist Report. He had a pretty good kind of like highlight reel that he put together, so we're gonna use his is it report? I always forget if it's report. Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so we're gonna go look at his. Oh, I'm on the wrong video. I'm stupid. Anyway, yeah. Mike does really great videos. He does like a show, I think, like almost every day. But really great stuff. He's very good reporter in terms of like being like a YouTube host presenter type. But anyway, let's also gonna leave his channel down in the thingamajig. Down in the description, down here in comments, because I'm not going to use
the House Oversight Committee held a hearing with
his stuff and not give him, at least send people over there if I can. So, boop, cool. Fantastic. All right, cool. How
former
loud are
Twitter
you, Mike?
executives to determine Twitter's
God, Mike,
role
you
in
have such
the
a powerful
censorship
voice,
of the
my
Hunter
friend.
Biden laptop story in 2020. And the goal for Republicans here was to suss out whether or not the Biden
that feels all
administration
right.
had directed Twitter to take
Actually,
action
you
and
could probably
censor
get
the
a little bit
story in
louder.
order to
There we
demonstrate
go.
that Twitter executives were in cahoots with the Biden administration. And in fact, they were ready to rock our socks off because Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted out, "I didn't buy Twitter, but I'm about to own some former Twitter executives. Tune in to the GOP oversight now."
Amazing.
Unfortunately for Republicans, that did not happen. They did not own former Twitter executives. In fact, this entire debacle ended up blowing up in their face royally, in part due to a tweet made by Chrissy Teigen in 2019. This tweet in particular, where she called President Donald Trump a, quote, pussy ass bitch in response to him attacking her and her husband for not giving him credit for his criminal justice bill. And the reason
Okay. Oh, wait. I kind of do vaguely remember this. Okay.
why that tweet in particular is so important is because that tweet demonstrates that Trump's administration crossed the line that Republicans say should never be crossed. The government should never direct social media to censor a tweet. But in fact, that is exactly what the Trump administration did. Let's watch the
I have no
part
problem with them
where this came
asking.
up.
My, what happens when you hold a hearing and you can't prove your point?
Damn.
We heard from the chairman in his opening statement that it's wrong for government to call Twitter and say, take down a tweet.
Oh, no.
Did I hear that correct, Mr. Roth?
That was my understanding, yes.
Yeah.
No,
On
no.
September 8th, 2019, at 11:11 p.m.
11:11. Make a
heckled
wish.
Two celebrities on Twitter, John Legend and his wife, Chrissy Teigen, and referred to them as the musician John Legend and his filthy-mouthed wife, unquote.
Oh, wow.
Ms. Teigen responded to that email at 12:17 a.m. And according
I just want to say, this is like, I've seen a few clips from this hearing. This is all like the most like my personal feelings. It's time to get on my soapbox and defend my personal feelings bullshit I've seen in a while from our government. Like, it's actually kind of nuts, mainly because like, and if I remember correctly, he shows them here, but like some of the questioning and like it's just people complaining that they got, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene at some point just bitches and moans that she got yoinked off Twitter for spreading misinformation. Like, and there's no substance to it. It's just her complaining about it. Like,
to notes from a conversation with you, Ms. Navarro's counsel, your counsel, the White House almost immediately thereafter contacted Twitter to demand the tweet be taken down. Is that accurate?
Thank you for the question. In my role, I was not responsible for receiving any sort of request from the government. However, what I was privy to was my supervisors letting us know that we had received something along those lines or something of a request. In that particular instance, I do remember hearing that we had received a request from the White House to make sure that we evaluated this tweet and that they wanted it to come down because it was a derogatory statement.
Jeez.
They wanted it to come down. They made that request.
To my recollection, yes.
I thought that was an inappropriate action by a government official, let alone the White House. But it wasn't Joe Biden about his son's laptop. It was Donald Trump.
And dick pics, by the way.
Had to say about him. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
My.
Yeah. So let me remind you that the goal for Republicans was to prove that Twitter was oftentimes colluding with Democrats to censor conservatives, hence the conservative bias that they oftentimes claim is a thing.
Yes.
But what ended up happening...
What you'll note is that reality has a liberal bias, unfortunately.
Was
That's why they end up wildly swinging at
that
everything.
Trump himself was making requests to censor people who were being mean to him. Now, as this meeting took place, Rolling Stone published this article, which reads, Twitter kept entire database of Republican requests to censor posts. Elon Musk's Twitter files focus on Democrats, but former administration officials and Twitter employees say Trump's team and other Republicans routinely demanded posts to be taken down.
Whoa, you're telling me that the right wing engages in the same kind of actions that the left wing does? And by left, I really just mean centrist Democrats. Fucking crazy. Insane,
and the
right?
authors go on to explain, former Trump administration officials and Twitter employees tell Rolling Stone that the White House's Teagan tweet demand was hardly an isolated incident. The Trump administration and its
This is
allied
also the
Republicans
thing. This was also the thing with the Twitter files. Everyone made their like Matt Taibbi and people in my chat at some point came in to tell me how the Twitter files were like so great, and I think I got comments on the video where I made fun of Taibbi for taking it so seriously, because at the end of the day, Musk only released stuff that were favorable to his side. So like painting a picture of Democrats and Democrat-led White House, the Democrat-led White House are the ones who are really putting their thumbs on the scale, when it's just not the case. Anybody in any of these positions have been using that ability, and guess what? Sometimes Twitter takes their advice, sometimes they don't. It's kind of how it works. I feel like that's not unreasonable. They made it into something nefarious when it was something utterly mundane.
Congress routinely asked Twitter to take down posts they objected to, the exact behavior that they're claiming makes President Biden, the Democrats, and Twitter complicit in an anti-free speech conspiracy to muzzle conservatives online. The authors continue, the obvious irony here is, the sources note, that Republican leaders and elected officials have long been committing precisely the kind of government interference that they are now investigating, fundraising off of, and accusing Democrats and the so-called anti-Trump deep state of perpetrating. Some of the loudest conservative and MAGA voices on Capitol Hill, who've been endlessly demanding taxpayer-funded high-profile investigations into big tech bias and collusion, were themselves engaged in the behavior they now claim is colluding. Now, the authors of this article state that this whole database of removal requests don't come exclusively from Republicans.
Remember, it's never collusion if it's Republicans. It's always business as usual when it's Republicans. It's collusion when it's Democrats.
Republicans. That's not the point that they're trying to make. They also come from the offices of powerful Democrats too. But what they say is that this is a common phenomenon. Now, let me just say for the record that I don't think that any government official
not really a phenomenon,
should be doing more than reporting tweets. If they specifically reach out to Twitter, I think that crosses a line. I think that is too far. Unless they're...
I actually disagree with that on that basis. I do think they have a perfectly fine right to reach out. I don't really, the same way like anybody else can reach out. Granted, most people have to reach out due to in the form of just reporting like a normal person. But I do think governmental entities being like, hey, this needs to be elevated a bit, is not unreasonable.
There's a direct threat of violence or a death threat or ongoing harassment. I don't think that Democrats or Republicans and their staffers should be trying to get in contact with Twitter to get them to delete tweets. I think that that's wrong. But the question of whether or not Biden himself has done what Trump did, well, the answer is no, as was demonstrated in this moment where Connolly asked these former Twitter officials whether or not Biden engaged in this.
Do you ever think it's appropriate for the President of the United States to direct or otherwise influence a social media company to take down its content?
I think it's a very slippery slope.
Mr. Roth? Ms. Gaddy, Mr. Baker, any evidence that Joe Biden's ever done that?
Certainly none that I'm aware of, no.
I don't recall anything like that.
I'm sorry, that President Biden did what, sir?
Has Joe Biden ever called Twitter, to your knowledge, or his White House at his behest, to take down content or urge you to take down content?
I don't know the answer to that question, sir.
Well, I'm going to have to conclude, at least from 3 of the 4, you don't know. There's no evidence he's ever done that, but there's plenty of evidence Donald J. Trump tried to do that. And if we're going to have...
Which also, like, I mean... Again, I don't really have a problem with them reaching out. I have a problem with making reaching out into like a fucking national story and pretend it to be something that falls along political lines.
A hearing about the misuse of social media and the intrusion of government in the content on social media. We've got an environment-rich target, but it's not Joe Biden. It's Donald J. Trump, and of course, we don't want to talk about
Centerville.
He's exactly right. The GOP's hypocrisy
That
was
guy's
on
from
full
where I'm
display,
from.
but we're in an era in politics where they essentially wear that hypocrisy like a badge of honor, so it's not really surprising. It's just that when they're exposed in this public fashion, you would expect them to be a little bit humble or show a little bit more humility, but of course not. Now, it's not just that Trump made censorship requests. This whole conservative bias idea is hogwash, considering Trump was quite literally given favorable treatment, as was discussed by the former Twitter officials who were testifying.
At my time at Twitter, the former President Donald Trump's account was the only account that I did not have access to.
Okay, so we know that there weren't individual actors running around Twitter setting off alarms every other day. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Yeah, so Trump was given special treatment that you don't get, treatment that I don't get. But yet, they cry about conservative bias. And it's not just that there isn't a conservative bias. Conservatives are given preferential treatment on Twitter. Libs of TikTok, it was just discovered a couple of weeks ago, inadvertently, thanks to the Twitter files, that they weren't allowed to be banned. I mean, this was just discovered, and yet they're still claiming, nope, there's a conservative bias.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember this. Like, Libs of TikTok, they specifically were like, hey, we can't moderate their account based on the rules that everybody else follows. They need to be moderated at a higher level under the discretion of like a smaller group, meaning that they weren't held accountable to the same rules that everybody else was, which isn't good. It's incredibly bad, but it certainly isn't a bias against conservatives. Like,
it's just so ridiculous. Republicans are frauds, and I think that this hearing here really demonstrated that. But of course, the people who need to see this, Republican voters, they're not going to pay attention, and they'll just dismiss it or say, yeah, well, I don't care about this because they're going after the woke mafia or whatever. It's just ridiculous. Now, there's an entire thread on Twitter by Aaron Bluchar who shows you some of these highlights here, but I just want to play a quick clip where Democrats go further in nailing the GOP's balls to the wall here.
I'm getting to feel like a little bad for the majority. Like, I just feel guilty because you guys have come today to try to prove that the Biden administration in coordination with Twitter is impugning free speech. And the problem is that Donald Trump, he is just this thing that hangs around your neck. Because at every turn, he undermines whatever credibility you want to have on this subject. I mean, Donald Trump and his administration, it's been proven, reached out to Twitter to take down tweets that got under his skin, the tough guy, Donald Trump, right? He got called the B word. Let's reach out to Twitter. Let's get the tweet taken down. You guys have no credibility. You have none.
Tragic.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I would just use the second to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an extraordinary article just published called Twitter Kept Entire Database of Republican Requests to Censor Posts.
Why is my dude wearing a fucking bandana? What the fuck is going on? Why? Okay, we're moving on.
It was just published by
What the
Rolling Stone.
fuck?
So for everybody's reading enjoyment, if people think it was biased against conservatives, this would lead us to believe it was definitely biased against liberals and progressives.
I understand my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to be victims so very badly.
That jab there from Summer Lee was great, so I had to include it there. And as you saw, Jamie Raskin had entered the Rolling Stone article that we just read into the public record. So now everyone can see that there is evidence that there is a database of censorship requests from the Republican Party. And we're not just talking about Republicans clicking report on tweets as you and I do. We're talking about them reaching out to Twitter and saying, hey, these tweets should be taken down because they violate your TOS, misinformation, disinformation. Republicans are making these claims. So they're complete hypocrites. But I feel like that is just obvious at this point in time. Now, I do want to show a quick clip. This is what I'd like to call the lowlights from this hearing, and there's a lot more, but these two individuals that we're going to watch stood out to me just because of the level of grandstanding that we saw. It was embarrassing, and honestly, they should get some sort of award for acting here, but nonetheless, let's watch.
And let me just say, I'm not angry for myself.
Oh, no. Okay, no. We're going to do, only because this dumb fuck talks too damn fast.
They should get some sort of award for acting here, but nonetheless, let's watch.
And let me just say, I'm not angry for myself.
Holy shit. Oh, okay.
Was silenced. I can reach out to Elon and to his staff, and I can see what's happened. And I can sit here today and hold you all in account.
Uh-huh.
I am angry for the millions
What's
of
new?
Americans who were silenced because of your decisions, because of your actions, because of your collusion with the federal government.
Right.
They can't reach out to Elon.
Wait, who's federal government? Trump or Biden's? Because you have no evidence of Biden's, but there's apparently an article's worth of evidence and a database worth of evidence from Trump's administration. So let's take it easy there, Lauren. Let's take it easy there.
Sit here today and hold you into account. We don't know where the FBI ends and Twitter begins.
You, ladies and gentlemen, interfered with the United States
Oh
of
no.
America 2020.
I'm offended for my friend who shares the last name. Oh no. Bro, I can already tell this dumb fuck's okay.
Presidential election.
President.
Knowingly and willingly.
No, yeehaw.
Because this is the investigation part. Later comes the arrest part.
Oh yeah.
Your attorneys are familiar with that. Mr. Chairman, I'd like
Bro,
to spend
what the
5
fuck?
hours with these ladies and gentlemen doing depositions surely yet to come. But for right now,
Bruh, what the fuck is this fucking foghorn, leghorn sounding, bald looking ass? What is this nonsense? Who the fuck voted for this guy? Only in the South can you get voted for by this guy.
the balance of my time to my colleagues.
Good gravy.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Gaines, you're back. You left.
Clay Higgins there
You left.
just seriously said that these Twitter officials were going to be
There's
arrested
3 minutes left in this video.
because
we'll get you in right after
their
that.
censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop
Even then, we're
story
done.
was tantamount to interference in the 2020 election.
Nah, it's fine.
Listen,
I'm just giving you shit.
I've
I'm just
stated this
busting your
before.
balls.
I think that it was wrong for social media to censor that story. But to suggest that that was tantamount to election interference is genuinely
Nuts.
comical. Like, even if that story were not censored, would it have made a difference? I think most people by that time had already made up their mind, right? But for him to make this suggestion, and not only say that, but take it a step further and, imply that they're going to be arrested, just so unhinged. And Lauren Boebert, she's so phony. Oh, I don't actually care. I could just reach out to Elon Musk myself, humble brag, if I get censored. But the millions of conservatives, they get censored. And will somebody think about them? Like, she should have just brought up the waterworks, but she was going for the whole anger character that she was playing there. Like, they're such phonies. They're such frauds. But regardless of how they act, the fact remains that they got exposed during this hearing. And I think that Democrats, I don't give them much credit for going toe-to-toe with Republicans when it comes to politics and
Gaines,
strategy.
why
But
did
here,
you
they
go
played
from
their cards well,
Hispanic to
and they backed
vanilla?
Republicans into
That's
a
what
corner, and this hearing
I
did
need
not
you
go
to
well.
explain why you
So I
went
think that
from
it's time for us to once and for all put this
ethnic
notion
group
that there's
to
conservative
a
bias on
flavor of
Twitter
ice cream
to rest.
before
right?
I answer
and if there's any
that.
bias on Twitter now, it's very clearly a bias against the left and progressives.
If you'd have
But
said, like,
conservatives
peanut
aren't
butter
gonna
on the
care about that.
outside,
And also one thing to
vanilla,
point out here,
or
I do
even
miss to not
like-
talk about the Twitter files and the way in which it was
What's,
specifically
or
curated
like
for journalists
caramel
by Elon
on the
Musk
outside,
and individuals
vanilla.
like Matt Taibbi,
I
who
would-
chose to
I would've just
uncritically publish
answered,
what
but
Elon Musk
you
wanted
picked
him
two
to.
completely different
That's not journalism.
comparisons.
That's him being a stenographer to power. That right there is propaganda. Because in the event Elon Musk really wanted to get to the bottom of bias on Twitter, you just take all the files and you give them to journalists and you let them choose what they do and don't publish.
Nope.
This is what WikiLeaks did with the Hillary Clinton emails. This is what journalists should
Also, like, yeah, Matt Taibbi, like, I feel like thinks himself like Assange or like WikiLeaks, where he like went out there and published like this treasure trove of information, where like in actuality, the guy was handed like what he was allowed to basically publish, and then was like, oh, what, like, this is like the same thing? Like, no, it's really, really not the same thing. But well, I know, but you picked Hispanic for the first one. You didn't give me the you gave me you gave me the non-stereotype, then the stereotype for the second one. Okay. Either way, Either way, the hearings have been nuts. I saw some more clips. Marjorie Taylor Greene had like a whole like speech where it was very obvious she was just very hurt that like she specifically had her Twitter account like banned. To which it's like, this is what you spend like this. Like, do your constituents care about your personal Twitter account, ma'am? Like, is that the way you represent your constituents, the people who voted for you? Seriously? But I don't know, man. Republicans are kind of nuts. Okay, we're gonna go on a quick break. I'm gonna grab water. We'll bring him in, and then we'll do the call. Sound good? Sound good? I think that sounds good. Cool. Now we're back. Now we are back. We are back. So
Okay, yeah. So last time we did talk about abortion.
We
I don't
did,
wanna,
yeah.
Like, there are a couple issues where I try to become as much in good faith. I think that's one issue, mainly because I think both sides really don't understand each other on that one. But I don't really like talking about that. So
I can understand. Yeah, I think I remember from our last conversation with the abortion stuff. I think we both had an understanding that we weren't going to be, I think, changing either of our minds on it. I went to Catholic school growing up, so I can understand
even though
religious opposition for it. That's pretty
you're
fundamental.
Hispanic or whatever.
Say what?
It should be many racial what?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're Hispanic, right?
I am only
Well, it
really
should be no-
by
many Hispanic people and just generally racial minorities. Even though they might look like voting blocks of the Democratic Party themselves, often have socially conservative and religious values as well.
Yeah, I mean, like
black
anybody
people-
else. Yeah.
Well, no, like black people are disproportionately some of the biggest churchgoers, but they like 90% vote for Democrats. Why is that? Well, Republicans are like what, the party of Judeo-Christian values or whatever, whereas the Democrats are more like a secular party.
Right.
And many black people also are pro-life and hold other socially conservative views. So like often I think, at least when it comes to racial minorities, they usually vote for Democrats as a voting bloc, often because of racial issues and civil rights, but they might themselves often hold socially conservative viewpoints. And I think Hispanic people are an example of that. But even then, Hispanic people, at least recently in the midterms, have even then been shifting. And there are even some Hispanic groups like Cuban Americans who themselves are Republicans. So it's nuanced. I think Democrats take minority voters often for granted when they don't understand that often many of them hold very conservative values.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way the Democrats' coalition build, it's a rather broad tent, but also they have an advantage in that the Republicans just don't do a very good job of advocating for their issues and really, like, I think going after the, and I don't really have a better way of saying this, but going after the non-white vote. It's something that they've been very comfortable with since the Southern strategy was developed. But yeah, I mean, it's something that they're very used to, and it's something that they have leaned into all of my lifetime and going back farther than that. So I mean, as quite frankly, their coalition starts to kind of expand past the boundaries that they've been comfortable with, they are going to pick up some more of those conservative black votes. You mentioned Cubans, they're historically rather conservative, coming from Cuba and everything else. So I mean, they need to work harder to earn a larger percentage of that vote. It just depends on, that's going to come down to if they have the political energy to do so as a party.
Because I think you've been just to add on that point, I maybe it's just optimism on my part, but I do think you are seeing a shift. Like in the midterms, last exit poll I saw was in 2022, 39 to 40% of the Hispanic vote went for the Republicans, and like 55%. Now that's like still mostly for the Democrats. I mean, 40% is a lot. Relatively,
was that the national vote, or was that or I shouldn't say that, was that a specific state?
It was the national midterm.
National average, okay. Yeah, that's what that was my question. If it was a national average,
vote was also roughly 40% as well. So I mean, if you can get 40% of Hispanics, 40% of Asians, you can say that's mostly Democrats. But the thing is, people who say, oh, well, it's still mostly for Democrats, they don't understand the point, which is that Republicans don't have to win most black people or most whatever.
Yeah, it's the margins.
They only have to win because they already win like 60+% of the white vote by default. So as if they only win like 40% of blacks, not 40% of blacks, that would be ridiculous. If they only win the 40% of Hispanics, 40% of Asians, and if they get their numbers up with black voters, that's it. Unless somehow white people go like overwhelmingly for the Democrats, then they're basically going to be guaranteed the election every time because they have the default majority white vote. And so I think a 40% Asian, 40% Hispanic is a massive shift. By the way, this was just in one election, so maybe now it's 40% Hispanic, 40% Asian, but maybe especially with maybe Cuban and Venezuelan immigrants becoming more hardened, especially if someone like maybe DeSantis or Rubio wins, maybe you get up to 45%. And also, if Republicans, I think, pass some sort of bipartisan amnesty bill, and which I don't think is unreasonable because sure, Trump was pretty hard. He supported DACA, but he was a little bit hard.
Do you think the energy in the party is for that? Because they've been very they've been very, very hardcore on the border safety stuff to their detriment. But like,
yeah, but well, no, I don't think there's a difference between the I think some of the border security policies, and we can talk about that another day. But and just like amnesty, because like. If you think maybe there some of the policies in regards to maybe there's not enough funding for border patrol or something like that, or to prevent future illegal immigration, I don't think that's as much of an issue for Hispanic voters. Because many Hispanic voters themselves come from communities where they don't necessarily benefit from new illegal immigration. They're not really affected by that. It's mostly people who are already here. So like if you're an undocumented worker who's if Republicans pass a new border security bill or pass a new law which says new asylum seekers have to have X new regulation, if you're an undocumented worker who's been here for like 5 years, you're not really going to be affected by that. If something like an amnesty bill could pass, I think, because like you could theoretically have a bipartisan bill which has border security provisions and a form of amnesty in it, then that could also help Republicans. But either way, I don't think immigration is even many Hispanics a top priority. I mean, many Hispanics are growing up economically. So that's also, many of them are assimilating into whiteness. Like you have a lot of people who identify as white Hispanic. So
right, yeah, I've seen that before.
Many Hispanics, again, are very Catholic, very pro-life. They do not think a lot of this like social values pushed by the Democrats are good. I do think assuming like Republicans don't run someone who's like explicitly as like Trump, I think they could do better with other minorities. It's not just Hispanic folks. I mean, I think Black folks, it's a lot harder because like Hispanic and Asian votes are usually a lot more mixed. Again, 40% is much higher than Black votes, when only like 15% Republican. But even Black vote, I mean, if you can get it from like 9% to like 15%, like it's gonna take some work. But I mean, so long as you do other demographics, yeah, it's a very tiny minority. But if you work for it, then yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying in terms of like numbers wise. I'm hesitant to think that the party infrastructure is moving in that direction. Like they should. I mean, we'll kind of find out in the next couple of years with the with the next presidential election. It'll all be about their messaging. But also like, also I would ask like, is amnesty a popular policy prescription for the current Republican Party members? Because you mentioned earlier that they have a pretty strong lock on 60% of the white vote, which I don't have the numbers, but I'm willing to guess that that's correct. But would that not depress a bit of that turnout? Would that not turn out some of those voters? Because some of those voters do take border security and a lot of that immigration and amnesty stuff very seriously, and they're not in favor of a lot of that. So it might be a case that the winning strategy is not something that the voting constituency is really ready for yet.
Well, I think it just is a case-by-case basis, because they're like, at least because people assume that the establishment Republicans are gone. I'm not even completely established. I mean, I'll just vote for it. Basically, I'm pretty partisan in terms of how I'll vote for the Republicans. But I mean, ideally, I'm not a big Trump guy. But like, no, I think you could probably get.
Are you more of a DeSantis guy or like somebody else?
I'm definitely a DeSantis guy.
Interesting. So why DeSantis?
Well, mainly because I don't think Trump. I think the Trump brand is too toxic. I don't think he knows a lot. And actually, I mean, if you could get something like I mean, probably like an ideal ticket would be something like a DeSantis, maybe a DeSantis Tim Scott ticket would be pretty good, or a DeSantis Youngkin ticket. And obviously, you don't think that, but I mean, in my opinion, and
it's going to be we got to run against somebody. I would prefer to run against Trump. Like, I would rather my candidate run against Trump because I don't think Trump is as strong as DeSantis, but that's a strategic I'd rather beat somebody easier than somebody harder. That's, I mean, from a partisan standpoint, that's how I see it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, we'll just see. I don't think Trump is a great brand politically. I think he is. I mean, no, I don't think he is great for Republicans, but we'll see. I mean, if the primary voters pick him, then I mean, I would vote for him in the general, but that's just because I still think he's the lesser two evils compared to Democrat, but I still don't think he's a great guy.
Right. So okay, so you're on the younger side. So I'm super curious. What's the, you said that you're pretty much kind of like a vote red no matter who, in kind of in that box at the moment, at the very least. What's like motivating that? What are Republicans doing right now that you're,
there are a couple policies. First
like,
of all,
yeah.
I think some of the social policies by the Democrats go too far. And we can talk about that another day, but I don't really want to debate too much policy right now because I do want to pretty soon get to the J.K. Rowling thing because I don't want to, because this is a bit of a side tangent.
Yeah. If you want to talk about J.K., I'm fine with that too.
So
Yeah.
economically, I just generally believe more having the government not take people's money or not subsidizing things and not regulating things is generally better. And there have been Republicans recently who've pushed for things like tariffs, and I disagree with them. I'm definitely more of a free market guy. Also, foreign policy wise, I'm very pro-Israel. I'm very pro-Ukraine, pro-Taiwan, so I guess I'm kind of like an establishment Republican or more neocon type on foreign policy. But
you are more centrist in that case. A lot of centrist Democrats are all pro pretty much all of those things. You'll find agreements with all of those basically.
Yeah, but that's another thing. I generally prefer Republicans over progressives, and also and also like on social issues, and generally I don't think a lot of the policies push right now. And it depends on the Republican. Like like if you could get someone like DeSantis, I don't agree with all of his views, but I mean, so long as when he's president, he tries to leave the culture war to state level and just have an agenda of just trying to get the cut the excessive regulations and taxes, try and get the budget on debt, keep a strong foreign policy, and although I'm fine with the culture war being engaged on a state level, at least at the federal level, I don't really care as much about federal culture wars. I mean, I am pro-life and stuff, but like at most like culture war, which is kind of what DeSantis often represents, should be left more to state level. At the federal level, I just want a federal government which doesn't tax or regulate as much and keeps a strong foreign policy for America. And yeah, I mean, just overall more of a right-leaning philosophy. But I don't really want to debate too many of these policies because we've mostly just gone. I don't know. I'm sorry. I do.
You're fine.
Probably on the spectrum, so. I mean, I haven't been diagnosed, but I really probably am on the spectrum, so I just can't really focus on a lot.
No, you're fair. That's totally fine. I got like ADHD, dysgraphia, dyslexia. Went through school, had to go
like
through
the autism.
Honestly, I couldn't even really tell you. I just know that they had me take longer on tests, and I can't pay attention to hardly shit. I have to have at least 2 things running at all times, just because my brain doesn't organize stuff super well. But
I mean,
you know,
it's okay.
we all got our things in life, you know. We all got our things we got to get through.
I have more things in life than just politics, but you know, it's a big passion of mine, and you know,
that's good.
But on the J.K. Rowling,
I appreciate that you care.
On the J.K. Rowling thing, my opinion is I don't agree with everything that J.K. Rowling did. Like on TERFs, like I think one thing progressives misunderstand about like TERFs is a lot of their they correctly recognize that their bigotry against transgender people is wrong, but many of them fail to understand that a lot of the things that motivate them is misandry and radical feminism. Like
absolutely.
Like yeah, it's true that TERFs don't like it. Trans women are women, yes, but the thing about TERFs is because they hate men. Well, not hate men. They generally hold certain misandrous bigotry. They tend to believe trans women are men, which is what motivates some of their discrimination against transgender people. And
Right.
I think this is why I think the issue with the social justice left in general is like in the sense of like if you're social justice in a sense, like treat everyone equally, then I don't think anyone, left or right, for the most part, is going to have much rejection. I think the issue is when you see a lot of the modern views pushed by certain left, it's what I call like anti-liberal or it's called like regressive left. And yes,
I've heard that.
And yes,
Yeah.
that's favorite. But like take for instance the example of like last time we were talking about like black nationalism and or where can you be racist towards white people? Well, it's like I think the issue is a lot of the people on the left kind of have a oppressor versus oppressed dichotomy where it's not per se who's actually in the wrong, but it's rather who is being the oppressor in the situation. So in the context of say, can you be racist towards white people? It is true that black people historically have faced a lot of stuff, but to say a black person can't be racist to a white person because historically black people are oppressed fundamentally denies the individuality of people. It denies the fact, in my opinion, it's very Marxist in a way that it just replaces proletarian with some social group. I think a lot of progressives view things as oppression versus oppressed dichotomy. And how it relates to this is historically men have oppressed women in certain ways and things like women's suffrage and etc. And we all support that, but a lot of the radical feminists backlash in a sense that females historically have been oppressed by males. Therefore, females can never be bigoted towards males, which is why you see that leading to transphobia and misandry in some of these radical feminist circles. So I think the issue is like the metaphysics they use can't look at bigotry as an individual problem, but has to see everything in an oppressor versus oppressed dichotomy.
So let me, as a leftist, as somebody who is rather socially adjacent, let me what's the word I'm looking for? Let me extend this olive branch in that nothing that you said I think was actually wrong. And this is and it is a problem. I do agree with basically everything you said, in the sense that unfortunately there are a lot of leftists who are, I think, not. You mentioned Marx earlier. Marx, the underpinning of Marx's critique of capitalism and the ideology that he, I hate to say founded, but like the ideology that he kind of founded was that based on class issues and class division, and also a critique of structures, of systems. And I say this a lot. I don't know how many times you've like plugged into this stream. I appreciate you. This is the second time you coming on, but I say a lot of times to people, focus on systems and pay attention to them, because what I find is a lot of people, like, they get this in their head where they're so used to looking at the system in the way that it's structured now, in the sense that they see it as men have traditionally, in the systems we have, in the patriarchal hierarchy that we have always been at the top. Not understanding that what you need to focus your critique on is not on men, although there are elements to patriarchal masculinity that also needs to be demolished for the good of men and women. But your critiques need to be leveled mainly at the system that puts people arbitrarily above others for, for somebody else's gain, for no reason, essentially. And this is something that people, I think everybody does. I don't think it's necessarily something of the left, but it is a part of our politics right now that, speaking, from my side, we have been having a really tough go at lately. Talking earlier about the J.K. Rowling stuff in the video that we watched, I mostly agreed with all the like descriptive things that that YouTuber had to say and kind of some of their suggestions. But what I found was either A, their suggestions fell a bit short of, I think, is a reasonable alternative, but also like there's a certain understanding of I watched a video earlier where where I think Haas talked about the kind of morality of our consumption under capitalism, and kind of the difficulties of being able to enjoy media, enjoy food, enjoy almost anything under a system that we're not preferential to, and not making your critiques that are meant for the system toward the people who are participating in it all the time. Sometimes it's applicable, a lot of the times it's not. Interpersonally, I think it's damaging, and from a political, like, strategic standpoint, I don't find it super helpful. I would agree that there is a subsect of the left that does participate in what you're describing. I don't want to say that it's a majority, but it is, at the very least, I'm willing to admit, probably a plurality of people who just kind of leave their ideological, like, understanding at the door sometimes, because I think they honestly, and I don't have a better way of putting this, kind of get in their feelings about it. When we all know how we're supposed to critique the system, we all know how we're not supposed to go after allies, but, you know, people are imperfect, and I'm okay with saying that, but everyone needs to be okay with, like, agreeing that not everyone's perfect and not always going to hold up to, you know, the maximized amount of scrutiny that you would hold up one against.
I see. Can I explain but can I explain, like, what causes that, the flaw in your argument? I think the main flaw is, you're right. Like, there's a difference between critiquing, say, what if you believe there's a patriarch? I don't believe the United States is patriarchal. I mean, I believe there are certain examples where being male privilege, at least in the context of, say, criminal justice, suicide, even domestic abuse, because men are less likely to report things like that. There are a lot of areas where men are less likely to be taken seriously. But even if I consider patriarchal society, which I don't, even if I did, I get the point that you can critique the patriarchy without critiquing men individually. But I think in this context, JK is, in her view, making a systemic critique. It's just in a very shallow, liberal ish way, in the sense that she believes the system privileges males over females and not men over women, choosing males over females, and that transgender women are actually men or males, because she views them as the same, who are trying to exploit the patriarchy as a means to use womanhood as a shield, but in reality they're going to exercise their male privilege and enter female spaces, etc., etc. So I think the thing about you, or take an example, a similar example of black nationalism versus white nationalism. You can say you oppose black nationalism because you only want to critique any racist systems in America, but many black nationalists do agree. It's just they, instead of having a liberal response of let's just individually advocate for more protections in society and let's try and gain more civil rights, they believe in working outside the system because they believe systems irredeemably racist. I don't think it's an issue that they're not critiquing systems. It's that they have because they believe they just have different prescriptions for the systems than you do. And it's true because I don't think J.K. Rowling may be individually always bigoted to a transgender person. She might meet someone who's transgender and not hate them. I think if you're making the systemic critique, she would also think just transgenderism to the extent that it's a systematic thing, and you get a little bit weird in that, but to the extent that that's a systematic patriarchal move. So even critiquing systems, I think a better apt comparison is whether you're a liberal and let's just use classical liberal. I know you probably don't like that term. Let's say
it's fine. It's a term. It's fine. I'm not.
Well, liberal in the sense of like individualist, or you do not believe that society should like exclude people. Your end goal should be trying to make society work for everyone and trying to include everyone in society, which I think everyone in the United States, and that's or almost everyone in the United States, is a liberal in that sense, since if your end goal is trying to help everyone interact and gain their freedom in society, I think that's what most people's end goal is, regardless of the left or right. I think the example of some, say, radical feminist is they're an illiberal person on the left rather than a liberal, and because they do not believe that the goal should be trying to liberate and gain protections for women, they believe that the very system of gender relations as we know inherently prejudice men of women, so they want to persecute men and unfortunately also LGBT people by proxy because of that. And black nationalists agree that the United States is systemically racist. Instead of working within the system to gain black people's civil rights, they want to work outside the system because they believe the system will never change. They'll always be systemically racist, which is why we need to work outside the system for our own black nation. So I think the difference is you might be a liberal and on the left, whereas I think, say, radical feminists, black nationalists, and other people like that who are more radical might be illiberal leftists who believe the United States is either systemically misogynist and irredeemably misogynist, or systemically racist or whatever, and do not believe in even working to gain freedoms within that system.
Right. I want to like, just to clarify really quick, the specific like systemic critique I was talking about, it was mainly people going after or bringing arguments against others for purchasing like the Hogwarts games. If you want to critique J.K. Rowling, I think you can absolutely critique her on the like actual merits and underpinning of her arguments. Her arguments are awful. She just doesn't like men because she was in a toxic relationship with a man. She's made it rather clear that like her trauma has led her to a path where she is quite frankly, a defensive and insecure person, and kind of, honestly, I think small-minded to a degree. Somebody who,
I think
like,
she's liberal. She does not believe in making society best
like
for
she's not a leftist in my mind. She is,
liberal.
Yeah.
So she might be on the left. I don't know. I mean, she might be right wing. I actually don't really follow J.K.
I would put her in conservative, but only in the sense that like the kind of traditionalist worldview of the more traditionalist conception of gender and like buying into the patriarchy, that would be the only thing I would put her in. I don't know the rest of her politics, but
if she's left or right, I don't really care. But the point is, your end goal as a progressive is making society work for everyone. It seems, which is a noble goal. I disagree with your solutions. I'm not on the left, but if that's what your end goal is, then that's a noble goal that I happen to disagree with your prescriptions and political ideology with.
Right.
I think J.K. Rowling, and this is why I made the distinction between liberal and illiberal, does not believe that we can make society better for everyone, which means that we'll liberate women, we'll liberate men, we'll liberate transgender and cisgender and straight and gay people, black, white, etc. Her end goal is United States, United Kingdom. These are all irredeemably male supremacist or misogynist, and men, and by proxy, again, which is where the anti-trans views come in, trans people are part of this patriarchal system, and instead of trying to include them in, say, some sort of women's liberation movement, or trying to, in our attempt to make society work for everyone, we're going to try and only make women's society feel bad. We're only going to fight for the rights of specifically cisgender women's society, because this is the arbitrary group I feel like I want to fight for. And I think that, and the reason why I said in that sense it's Marxist is because in her view, the oppressed is cisgender woman and the oppressor is everyone else. And in the case, and the reason why I say it's a liberal ideology is because instead of making a judgment that society is individually has policies which disadvantage women in certain examples, she believes we need to throw the baby out with bathwater and not even try and engage with helping everyone in society. We just need to go their own way. It's not, and it's kind of similar to the men's rights activists, just on the other side of the spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, she's like, there's a reason why her and Matt Walsh could come to agreements on like the trans issue, because both of them fundamentally believe and reinforce the patriarchy. The only difference is that she argues that it exists and she hates men for it, and Matt Walsh argues it exists and he thinks it's the correct prescriptive social structure. Like, the only thing they differ on is like whether they enjoy that, but they both buy into that system.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess, and so I guess the broadly, yeah, I guess we kind of agree that, yeah, I guess we ideologically agree. Now, what should we do in terms of J.K. Rowling specifically? So
Now
no,
that's
I
a good
don't believe
question.
you should cancel games. Like,
I mean, so
you
like,
can't say that because an author made a video game that you're gonna that and she happens to have political views you might think are toxic. The end goal is censoring them or trying to not use your products ever. Because
well, I don't think
you
there's
could've
any
used
push
it
to
for one
censor
thing.
her. I think most of the argument right now, especially on the left,
Well,
is
there
that
have been-
people shouldn't be
I don't know if
playing
not
it.
censor, but you know what I mean, like cancel.
Yeah,
like, not
yeah,
use
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I mean, look, cancel culture's been around it like as a phenomenon probably like forever because it's really just a popular dislike of something. But if we want to get more like modern with it, one of the earliest examples of like of cancel culture was with the Dixie Chicks in the early 2000s. I don't know if you're aware of that. Are you?
Yeah,
Are you?
I was
Yeah.
born. I'm 15, so wait, I was born.
Yeah, you were born.
2007, I think.
Oh my god.
Wait,
I was playing
no,
Bioshock at
2008,
that
I think.
time.
I was
Oh
born
my god.
2008.
The idea
So,
that you
I
were
was-
born and I was playing Bioshock, the first one, makes me feel really old. But yeah,
How old
like
are you?
I'm 30, so I'm twice you.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, like if
I've heard. I think I've heard of the Dixie Chicks, but I haven't really listened to their songs. But yeah, I mean, it's not. I just think that the idea that you're gonna cancel someone or like. It's a video game. You can say that the money is going to go to support, but the only thing J.K. Rowling I've heard says she's going to use the money on is specifically and exclusively like women's only shelters, which excludes trans people. Okay.
I'm gonna say
whatever.
she said specifically she's going to use it for anti-trans orgs, which at the end of the day, like
I thought it was women's shelters that happened to be.
I mean,
I mean, if it's just
Apple's,
if it's also
you know.
anti-trans like then it's also a little bit more dubious. But
Yeah, I mean, if she's
either
picking
way,
women's, if she's picking women's shelters that are actively like not including trans women in that, then it might as well be. I haven't seen the direct tweets, but she already like donates and gives money to those kinds of organizations.
If she's actively donating to like organizations which like genuinely are the whole mission is hating trans people or that is a major part of the mission, yeah, you can also say it's dubious. But again, it's a video game. You can't say like you just can't say like because there are, for instance, many artists who have sketchy passes. Like then who's that artist? Who's that great songwriter or who beat both?
Quite a bit of them.
Beat their wife.
That's a lot of them, most likely. Who you might be thinking of? Fuck. The history of musicians and assault is rather long.
Was it John Lennon?
No, I know it wasn't John Lennon. John Lennon is still beloved. Fuck, who might you be talking about? You could be talking about Chris Brown, but like he's rather irrelevant these days.
Yeah, but who's an artist who did something super fucked up? I mean, I can't think of one.
It's terrible that I can't think of one, but I know like the minute like I'll think of one randomly and I was like, why didn't I say this one? I mean, there was
did Jimi Hendrix do anything?
Hendrix smoked a lot of weed and was just amazing at a guitar. As far as I know, Hendrix was pretty clean in terms of that sort of stuff.
R. Kelly, yeah, I mean there's an example.
Okay, R. Kelly. I mean, R. Kelly's like in jail. He got the ultimate cancellation.
Yeah,
he got
I mean,
canceled
should
all
be
the
in
way to jail.
Like, should you? There's an argument that maybe if you buy his songs, you're actively going to help give him money in jail. But assuming none of the proceeds go to him and all the proceeds go to like the victim's family or whatever.
Yeah.
Although you can say like in principle you should boycott R. Kelly songs, as long as it's not directly funding him, maybe it's a little bit different. But like in general, I think you should separate art from artists in certain cases. It just depends on the scale.
Right.
I don't think someone holding anti-trans views. I'm pretty moderate on the LGBT issues, but like
glad to hear
someone holding anti-trans views should not. I don't. In my opinion, it maybe it's just cultural ignorance, and maybe trans people will be more offended. I don't think that's enough to where I'm fine with just like completely boycotting it, especially if that product is going to be relatively decent product. So I think you have
so
to
the
kind of
argument is
sometimes separate art from artists.
yeah, so I'm assuming you've heard the term death of the artist.
No.
Okay, so
I have heard that.
it's basically what you said. It's the concept that like in your mind you separate the art that you're consuming from the artist and their kind of a conceptual being. If you've ever, I'm trying to think of a good piece of media that does this, but there's always the idea of like, at what point does a piece of art transcend its existence as art made by somebody else and becomes its own thing? And as an artist, there's always like kind of the question of, at what point are you no longer the guy who painted this or like this or that thing or wrote this book or whatever, or are you now like or like, you know, are you famous because of the book, or is the book famous because of you, sort of thing, right? And I think the trouble with J.K. Rowling, because we've had like stuff like this in the past. Ender's Game is an incredibly popular science fiction book from the I believe it's 1980s. But the guy who wrote it, I don't want to say Arthur. I think it's Arthur C. Clarke, but I could be wrong. But the guy who wrote Ender's Game is a very active anti gay activist. He does a lot of like speaking tours and all the rest of this stuff where he pretty much, you know, just espouses, you know, gays shouldn't have rights, they should be killed, like really out there stuff, to the point that you don't really hear a lot about him, mainly because there's been a lot of separation between his book Ender's Game, and I think he wrote some other series, and kind of him as a person. And for a lot of people, it was really hard to kind of separate those two for a long time.
Yeah, I mean,
but with him being kind of out of the spotlight, it's easier to kind of do that. But with J.K. Rowling, the problem is, and I think the hard part about this is that J.K. Rowling, and I said this before, the thing I really despise about her, the thing that I think she is an awful fucking human being for, aside from her anti-trans stuff, but like the fact that she goes about her activism and her political like mission and actively ties herself and reminds people that her success, her ability to push this stuff is based upon the support, monetary or even culturally, of her Harry Potter franchise. She doesn't allow the grace of her audience and ability to separate her from her Harry Potter Wizarding World stuff. Like sadly, she's gone on Twitter and actively said, if you buy Hogwarts Legacy, you are helping me do X, Y, and Z for my like political project. And that's really fucking shitty. Like, the idea that you wouldn't let your audience just enjoy your have even an inch of space to enjoy your piece of media without you like selfishly butting your head, I think is super fucking gross. Like that is something that has made everything so much harder. She's made it so much harder for even normies to enjoy her stuff, because she actively is like, hey, guess what, you're supporting me doing this. She's said that if you buy the game, that you validated her opinion, when that's not what people did. They validated that they care and that Harry Potter is a meaningful you know, like media thing in their life. But like you know, like she's a piece of shit for that. Like that's the part that really nobody wins in this scenario. But yeah, go ahead.
Are you done?
I am done.
Okay.
You asking the streamer if he's done? You got some balls, kid.
No, I was asking if you. Sorry, I was just.
No, you're fine. I'm just busting you. You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so the thing about J.K. Rowling is, first of all, aside from the size, because you can't cancel Harry Potter. I believe
you can't.
If I'm being perfectly honest, I've never read Harry Potter. I'm gonna be really honest. I actually haven't read it. I'm.
That's interesting. I would have thought somebody your age would have kind of came up with those, but I don't know. Like.
Well, I'm a little bit younger, so
Yeah, maybe not.
Harry. So I wasn't exactly growing up when Harry Potter was as popular. It was probably more popular, like, I'm 15, so probably more popular with maybe people like 2 to 3 years younger than me. But either way, like, when it comes to J.K. Rowling, I think the way you determine how bad someone's bigotry is and how you should engage with them, like canceling versus trying to have an understanding, is I think there's a difference between conscious and unconscious bigotry and just like there's different tiers of bigotry, right? So there's the difference between, for instance, someone who's racist in the sense that they say, you know, completely like fucking kick all black people out of the country, which like nobody wants to do, and like, you know, your old white Republican grandpa who's like, those black people on the beach are so fun, but you know, there's a difference between I think being actively the intent to harm people and just being culturally ignorant. I think in the context of J.K. Rowling, she is not necessarily, because from what I've seen from her, I don't think she's consciously trying to harm trans people or even trying to promote misandry, transphobia, or any of that. I think what in her context, she because she was abused by a man, from what I remember, she from the timeline I remember, she went on a bunch of forums where they were like radical feminist forums, etc. And also, this was also while she was researching a book on transgender people. And she, because of her experience, I think she had an unconscious bias of in favor of women's safety, and unfortunately, that meant she had a premeditated unconscious bias, which led her into radical feminist forums, which then led her to where she is now. I think the pipeline between just having a bad experience to like having actual unconscious bigotry is a lot shorter than you think. But I don't think she actively hates transgender people. I've heard her say she's fine with transgender people, etc. It just seems like she's very ignorant on the issue, and the main reason for her bias is mainly because of her personal background. So I think a better way to engage with her is not trying to cancel her, because first of all, that's not a great look for people who consider themselves advocates for LGBT people, or whatever. A better example is just trying to engage with her ideas and explain why she's wrong, because if you cancel her, she's not going to understand why she's wrong. She's just going to think this is an example of patriarchy coming at her. You have to attack her metaphysics. And what are her metaphysics? Well, it's just hating transgender people and men. And the way you engage with that is attacking her ideology. So I think when you have someone who's an unconscious bigot like J.K. Rowling, whose bigotry comes mostly from personal experience, a better way instead of canceling them is trying to explain why they might be ideologically wrong rather than canceling them.
Yeah, I super agree. The problem is, and this is probably the biggest problem. The problem is that people have reached out to her and have tried to do that, and she's actively not. She's never been amenable to that sort of stuff. I'm gonna link it in chat. I would highly suggest you go watch this video.
I'm not in the stream, so I'll
yeah. Whenever you get around to it, it's if you know who ContraPoints is, she did a really great video. It's from a couple years ago. I have to look. It's a couple years ago.
Serpent, he responded to the video. I've actually seen that video. But the video is an hour long, so I don't know if you want to watch it on stream. I'd recommend you look up Zarathustra Serpent. I forgot what the name of it, but he did a video breaking down the ContraPoints versus J.K. Rowling situation.
Yeah, like it was a great video, and like the thing that came out of that, it got a lot of views. There's almost no way that she didn't end up seeing it, and she's been given a lot of opportunity to learn and engage, but she's actively kind of avoided it. Like, that's why, like, part of it, I'm like, we're past the point where I don't really know I don't really know if her as a person is going to be capable of kind of being open to learning that stuff, because she's
so I'm gonna link the video in the here. Are you in? Do you see the Twitch chat right now? I'm gonna link it right here.
I can always see the Twitch chat.
Here it is. Tell me if it pops up. I just sent a comment. Wait till it loads in. J.K. Rowling ContraPoints. The video is called J.K. Hogwarts is Fall and J.K. Rowling Transform. So Zarathustra Serpent, he's like a liberal, left liberal. He used to do anti-SJW content. He's actually a really relatively small channel. He actually hasn't uploaded in like a month, so he's not the most frequent uploader, but I've watched his video.
I'll throw it in my personal watch later.
Yeah, do you see what it is?
Yeah. I got it. I found it. Yeah.
Yeah. He's done a couple videos. He's from England. He's a smart guy, I think.
That's good.
I've seen him, and he kind of breaks it down. So, in this context, the reason why he breaks down the metaphysics behind it. He calls it social justice metaphysics, where he says that the way J.K. Rowling has what quote unquote social justice metaphysics. So in the sense that in her view, bigotry equals power plus prejudice, and in this context, the power specifically men have power over women. In the misogynist prejudice is what leads to patriarchal, which leads to the rest of her ideology. And she also critiques ContraPoints for not having the ability to attack her metaphysics, especially since it's a longer video. It delves into philosophy. He's England. He's I think he might be Israeli. He's Jewish, but secular. And he does a lot of interesting philosophy content.
Oh, okay. That sounds interesting. I'll check it out.
I know. I'm rambling.
No, you're fine. You're fine. That's.
Do you think you'll ever get to this?
I don't know if I'll do it on stream, but I'm definitely gonna watch it. I added it to my. I opened it. Well, it opened with one of my other browsers, so it's on my like personal, not this YouTube account that I stream with. But that means I'm probably more. Yeah, basically my off-stream account, which means there's a higher chance that I end up watching it because that's the one I use at home and everywhere else. The stream one is mostly for organizational purposes for stream. But
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've seen that ContraPoints video. I also sort of response to it. Because like I am pretty ignorant on trans issues, if I'm perfectly honest.
That's fine. I'm still learning a lot of it. Like I have to simplify it a lot of the times when I have to think about it, and it's not easy. But
so the way Zarathustra Serpent says is to the extent you're trying to include, the best goal is trying to include everyone. Because society has to accommodate everyone. Because there's when you live in a society, the end goal is trying to advocate for as much freedom for each individual person. And in that context, the main argument he has against the anti-trans side is the fact that they can't. Is that in their view they held essentialist views, and same with the trans side. So in the anti-trans perspective, he critiques the fact that they essentialize sex where your chromosomes are only what determine you, when in reality, if you go in public, no one looks at a trans woman like Blair White, for instance, who's like completely passing. No one looks at their chromosomes, right?
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Just not practical. But at the same time, he also critiques the fact people who are what he calls gender essential. So people who believe sex is not real, but gender is real. So transphobes believe sex is real, but gender is not, and that's bad because that's effectively defining people by their chromosomes. But he also critiques the trans side for saying that gender is real correctly, but not acknowledging sex. And he talks about, like, for instance, trans woman or woman, but you can understand reasonable context where because we also make the word woman has multiple meanings. In that context, you might discriminate. So a great example is, for instance, we use the word star to include Elvis Presley, but we also use the word star to describe the sun. Is Elvis Presley the sun? No. But is Elvis Presley a star? Yes. So a word can have multiple meanings. And he breaks down that the word woman, in some contexts, can mean biological sex. In other contexts, it can mean gender. And the issue is that, let's say, hardcore trans types don't want to acknowledge any time where the sex would be the differentiating characteristic, and anti-trans types don't understand what gender. So in the context of most of society, you'd say trans woman or woman because that's the most socially utility. But say in the context of the sports, you would say trans woman or trans woman, slightly different from cis woman, because in that context, the fact that they were assigned male at birth might cause issues with them in sports. And he also attacks some of the trans side for illiberal actions, like, for instance, trying to impose a new language regime and trying to ban misgendering, as well as the fact that they're trying to not just make reasonable accommodations in terms of language, but trying to completely shift language. So, for instance, do you remember when Josh Hawley was grilling that woman on the abortion question?
I do remember. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Well, so what happened was she was like, pregnant people have a disproportionate rate of like whatever, etc. And here's why abortion's good or whatever. Let's put
Right.
bioethics abortion aside. He was saying, "Do you mean woman?" And
Oh
he
yes,
was
I
saying,
do remember this exchange briefly.
in
Yeah.
that context, Zarathustra's whole point was, you're right. There are theoretically people who are trans men who get pregnant, but in the category of birthing, we specifically assign that as a sex characteristic that we assign to women. So you might say there might be very few exceptions of trans men who could get pregnant, but because in that context we're talking about a sex characteristic we assign with the female gender, then in that context you're nitpicking at that point. There's you're trying to impose a new language regime to the extent that it just doesn't make sense. It's irrational. We know that when you're talking about abortion, that's a woman's issue, even though there could theoretically be whatever trans men who could get pregnant. And the issue with his main point is just that a lot of the trans side may acknowledge, yes, trans people, etc., but they don't acknowledge when they go too far in terms of imposing a new language regime on people.
So the only thing I'd push back, I think, a little bit is like the language regime, I guess, like frame that you're putting to it, because like if you're saying like, you know, pregnant people without saying women, you're really just leaving the door open for the rest of that group that is small, but otherwise I think it's rather harmless.
I
Like,
actually wouldn't care if she just said pregnant people, but when Josh Hawley said woman, she couldn't have just said yes, woman, and then muttered to herself. And
right,
then-
yeah.
but I
But
think
Josh Hawley didn't say women because he was like that was him actively trying to pull the door more closed to certain groups. Like, I don't think Josh Hawley was trying to be more accurate with terminology. I think he was trying to be more
in the context, I don't think Josh Hawley like I would have let it slide because I don't really care about it. When you're talking about the ethics of abortion, like having this weird side debate on trans issues doesn't make sense.
well, yeah, because for you you're like, I don't give a fuck if you're trans or not. Like, I don't like abortion, so who gives a fuck?
Yeah, but then I think the main point he was trying to make is you're trying to essentialize gender when including on sex characteristics. So you're right, gender is real and sex is real. So sex is real in the sense that when you're talking about abortion, although there are trans men who could get pregnant, the natural attribute of women and aside from the very few pregnant trans men is pregnancy, because that
Right.
is defined.
But that's what you
that
would
is
use female for, no?
Yes, ideally, but we, in
Right.
the context of females who can give birth, use the term woman generally. And there are trans
Generally,
men-
yeah. Yeah, I mean generally. Like the argument usually is that like you would use female in that case. And then like mainly because specifically women isn't a like women is a term that we created to encompass any number of things. One of those is being childbirthing, but like
we're saying that
yeah.
just because you're a woman in one context doesn't mean you're a woman in all contexts. So if you are a trans man who can give birth, in the context of giving birth, that is an attribute that is for woman, but that doesn't mean you're always a woman. There are actually examples where I'm not a man. For instance, I am completely a cisgender man. By every metric, I'm very manly. But if I go to a bar and someone challenges me to be a fight, I'm no longer a man. I don't have the attribute of man.
Right, yeah, there's always the real man argument.
And in the context of pregnancy, the reason why saying pregnant people comes off to so many people, even though there are trans men, is mainly because we differentiate it, and specifically we know having pregnancy is something assigned for females at birth, and people who are assigned female at birth in that context are women. And
But that would encompass the term of like, you know, individuals who can give birth, or birthing peoples, I think is the term.
How far you want to go? Would it just be all people who have the capacity to give birth, or is it only people who are pregnant right now? Like, I think there's a certain line where you can differentiate it. I think Josh Hawley specifically was only exploiting it politically, but
yeah, like that's my issue. Is it's just like it's very obvious that he did that in bad faith, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna score some brownie points with my constituents, and it's
the
like
main argument Arthur Serpent was saying was that to the extent that we acknowledge someone can be a man in one context but not be a man in other contexts. His view is if someone holds a majority of characteristics that belong to male gender, and they are a man. And if someone belongs to the majority characteristics that they are female gender, then they are a woman. So trans women who are mostly women, you can say are mostly women in that context of woman. But there's some context where maybe it's good to generalize and say, nah, if you're a trans woman with a cis woman, if that cis woman feels you're a danger to her, it's rough for you, but sometimes in that context you might be a man and you need to act like a man. If if a trans man happens to get pregnant, like you can say woman in terms of abortion and be correct because that is an attribute to the female gender woman, even though there are exceptions who happen. So his point is just what is natural, what we naturally associate with one gender or another individual. And his main issue is some trans people go the other way, where they don't just want to acknowledge that sex is different from gender. They want to say sex isn't even real at all, and you can't even use approximations for sex.
Well, also sex is sex in terms of the way we conceptualize it, especially in the West, is like, I'm not going to say unique to us, but there's like a history of other cultures that view sex in a much more fluid way. I don't think like we're at that point. We obviously have a much different way of the way that we identify people as, but like to me, if we're talking about allowing if a cis woman is like worried about a transgender woman going into the same bathroom as her, like that's not a scenario where I think the transgender woman has any responsibility to act any different way. That's like how many girls interact with girls that are much larger than them, I mean, at the end of the day, this is
that philosophical point he was trying to make was was basically kind of like yours, but his point was just to look. I'm not a philosopher, so he explains it much better than I do. But
yeah, I'm not either. I ramble. So
you're trying to accommodate everyone in society, and that's his point. That's your end goal, and that's my end goal. And in the context of transgender people, we have to understand that yes, there are transgender people, and like if you a trans woman who goes to the bathroom, I for the most part don't think you're going to arrest. So no, but maybe but you have to acknowledge the reason why. For instance, in the context of say the bathroom, some people say you're a man is because generally women are more likely to be cautious about say privacy than men are, and because many women believe that because you're male, you are a risk to them. You might not be, but
I understand it. I like fully understand it. It's just I don't even know how to say, like, it's a unfounded, especially with trans women. Like
in the context of bathrooms, I think the most reasonable compromise is just use gender neutral bathrooms or disability bathrooms.
I mean, I'm down with that.
And the point is just, I guess this point is just people can go too far in either direction.
Right.
He's a philosopher, so we know.
Yeah. I mean, the thing I usually end up asking is like, what is the like harm we're looking at? Because like specifically with the bathroom stuff, like because that's become such a integral part of kind of the trans debate these days, where in terms of data, we understand, like, the data is very clear. Trans women going into men's restrooms, there is a much higher propensity for assault, for sexual harassment, for a lot of negative outcomes. We don't see that for the same.
This is where
we don't see that on the other end.
Goes wrong too,
yeah,
because they acknowledge that's because they don't want to acknowledge that trans people deserve accommodations in society. In the same way, sometimes trans activists do not understand why we have certain accommodations for women either. So the reason why I think they go too far is because they acknowledge correctly that some women might have privacy concerns, and that is why some women have fear of having trans women in the bathroom. I'm not saying it's their right fear, but this is why they have. But they also don't acknowledge that trans woman also has fears and concerns, and they need to use the bathroom as well. So we have to find a solution, ideally, which can both acknowledge and try to protect people who happen to be female, cisgender women, who are worried that males are going to be a danger to them, as well as people who are trans women who do not feel like they belong in men's room. And that's where the debate for trans issues should belong to everyone. This belongs to sports, bathrooms, etc., where the goal is not per se like by default siding with the trans person or against the trans person, instead of having that false dichotomy, but trying to get to a solution where you're best likely to accommodate everyone in society. And this includes how you speak language-wise, the trans sports debate, the trans bathroom debate, and these are all case-by-case scenarios. It's just that he's a philosopher, so he acknowledges how we use words in one way don't always translate to every other way.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the words. I mean, the terminology that we use is always evolving. I will say that. And I mean, this might be. I mean, I'd like to think we're in a transitionary like moment at this time. You know, kind of a where the country is, I think, pretty clearly like heading in a acceptance in the direction of an acceptance of trans people in our society broadly. There is always going to be, again, I mentioned him early just because he's kind of top of my mind whenever I talk trans stuff, but there's always going to be your Matt Walshes and like folks like that who are going to always be very militant in their opposition. But like that kind of tells me that like they're losing the battle on this one. And I think the midterms kind of made that clear when a lot of when like, you know, they made a lot of the trans stuff a big issue in the midterms, and it didn't really pan out. A lot of the much more centrist, well, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with that. Like, you know, a lot of the kind of milquetoast, middle of the road Republicans ended up doing better than the Trump style kind of more I don't even you know, extremist. I don't have a better word for it. They're just kind of on the fringes on your side there.
Yeah, and in the context, so to go full circle, so to get back to the J.K. Rowling point, I think the issue philosophically with J.K.'s worldview is she can't acknowledge the fact that our goal is trying to help people. Because that's, I think, everyone's goal should be. Everyone should try and be an individualist. Everyone should be a classical liberal in that sense. Everyone should try to make society best for the individual. And I think the issue is she might not get the fact that might not be her goal. If her goal is helping everyone individually, then you can change her metaphysics or her views rather. But if her metaphysics is not by default that we need to help people in society, but that rather by society is irredeemably systemically oppressive in one way, therefore we must give up on trying to help others in this society. That is where I think I'm worried that at that point, then she's a lost cause, because if she does not even care about trans people, she only cares about her radical feminist ideology, and she does not care about trying to better lives in society. At that point, I don't know how much you can engage with her, because at that point, her goals are fundamentally not trying to help society, and at that point, I don't know how you can convince her to change otherwise.
Yeah, and that's the assessment. I will say from my side, that's pretty much the assessment that everyone's made. That's the assessment that I've come to. That's the assessment that everybody that I've engaged with in this space pretty much come to, is that she's past the point where, you know, this has been multiple years of engaging with her on this topic. We're kind of past the point where I think anybody's, you know, I think she's said it before on Twitter. She's literally told people, I can't hear you over my stacks of money. Like she's gone. In my opinion, she's out there. She's gone.
Can I give you an apt comparison in my example?
Can what?
Can I give you an apt comparison in my example?
Sure, yeah.
So I'm Jewish, and recently there's been a rise in anti-Semitism, especially among certain, not just Kanye West, but Kyrie Irving, and a lot of people were talking about like how historical tension between the Black and Jewish American community. But for instance, in the context of Kanye West, he's a fool. So I don't know much about Kanye West. But like, take the example of Kyrie Irving. He was suspended from the Nets for his anti-Semitism. I think he actually would be fine with suspending him I don't think he should have been fired. We're not suspended from. He suspended from the basketball team. I would support him being punished in the sense that I don't. If he's like openly spouting stuff on Twitter, if you want to like say maybe for next game you don't want to play, but I think in the context of Kyrie, I would never say fire him from the NBA. He's a great basketball player, whether we like it or not. I think in that context, the best thing you can do is try and get understanding. So his view. Do you know what the Black Hebrew Israelites are?
I'm aware.
What? Yeah. So in Judaism, there's a narrative that like whatever modern Jews are nominally descendant of the biblical Israelites, and
Right.
that were exiled from after the Romans conquered us, et cetera, et cetera. And this is our history. And all those, it should be noted, there's some difference, but. Black Hebrew Israelites kind of have this weird view where they think that white people are evil, and they often hold black nationalist views, and they think that Jewish people who happen to be white, which is most American Jewish people, including myself, happen to be usurpers, and that Black Americans are actually the real descendants of the biblical Israelites.
Right, yeah.
And that modern white Jewish people are just usurpers, whatever.
It's like
In
wild.
that context, I understand that's an issue of cultural ignorance for many in the African American community, many of whom have felt economic oppression and issues. In that context of Kyrie Irving, although I do think I am amicable to there being some punishment, I do also think better than just firing him completely from the NBA is having him talk to someone to explain to him why his ignorance is cultural and how he can change his view. Because I don't think Kyrie Irving's anti-Semitism comes out of nowhere. I mean, many African American community just because of sort of economic hardship, and unfortunately many have anti-Semitic views. In the context of Kyrie, I don't think it was as much economic hardship as just cultural ignorance of African Americans. In that context, I think a better solution would be, okay, suspend him, but instead of firing from the NBA, have him talk to someone or a Jewish person, or someone who can bridge that gap, where he can understand why his cultural ignorance, as someone who comes from an African American background, what causes that, and try and fix his views rather than just fire him. Because I understand why people are attracted to say ideologies like that, even though I'm personally harmed by that. I understand why some people believe that views, as insane as they are.
So I like quickly Googled it because I was kind of curious, but from what I remember is that he was told that basically he would have to go into what's it called, into like sensitivity training, which is basically going to be like probably speak to somebody of like Jewish descent and all that stuff. And it seems like he requested to get traded right before he was supposed to do that in an effort to kind of skate doing that training, from what I'm reading. When was this updated? February? Yeah, this was updated February of this year. So it seems like this is also the problem. Like I fully understand what you're saying from like hey, like we need to talk to people, maybe convince them or have a conversation with them, but like we have a lot of these instances where if people aren't willing to learn, it's like, what do you do with that then?
Yeah, I don't really know where Kyrie is now. If he's still studying the anti-Semitic stuff, then yeah, I mean, there's a certain line where someone is. In general, I'm of the perspective that in society you're trying to. There are people who are bigoted because of the culture they grew up in.
Right.
In the context of like the Black Hebrew Israelites, I think a lot of them happen to come from backgrounds where there's like, for instance, where they see Jewish people who happen to be mostly ethnically from white American backgrounds or Ashkenazi American backgrounds, and those aren't even the same thing. But broadly white Jewish people, and they see socioeconomic disparities. They're like, how could this group, which we are told went through this Holocaust and went through all this historical oppression, actually be oppressed? How can we know they're not stealing our history? How do we know the Holocaust was even real? How do we know it's not made up? How do we know this is not just a white man pretending or stealing our history? I think a lot of that is less so because Black people are inherently anti-Semitic. A lot of that Black Hebrew Israelite just comes from the fact that many Black people are just culturally ignorant, and because many of them grew up in African American communities, they do not see a difference between they see all white people as the same, and they don't really understand how you distinguish. or how a group could be oppressed like that, Jewish Americans, and also still and nowadays not be as oppressed, or at least be better off in society than they were historically. I think at least in the context of Black Hebrew Israelites in general, although some of them, although they are anti-Semitic, I think a lot of their views come from kind of what J.K. Rowling has, a form of cultural ignorance that needs to be fought, where you educate them on the history of the Jewish people rather than silence them, because you have to understand many of them come from these culturally ignorant views where they think Jews are the white man, or etc.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is also, like, I think we saw an example of this with like Jordan Peterson, who I don't think he's gotten his license revoked yet. I think that's still kind of a process, but like they also told him like, hey, you need to go through training and this and this and this. And he characterizes it, and I think a lot of people end up characterizing that as like re-education, where it's really not. It's, you've been saying stuff that he's obviously not like fully educated on a lot of his like trans stances, although I think he has valuable like guru life advice in some places, but it's become very clear that he hasn't done the training, he hasn't done the learning, but he still speaks on a lot of these issues. Same with whenever he talks about Marxism stuff and some of that stuff, it's very clear that he has a rudimentary understanding. Say what again?
I don't think he should have lost his license. I mean, in my opinion, you shouldn't. If someone should be able to give therapy regardless if they have a license, as long as they market themselves correctly.
I mean, this is just the system that he lives in. He lives in Canada, and they have like a board of people who decide that stuff. It's like if you get a license to be a doctor.
Yeah, I don't agree with some of the regulations on like you should be able to give your political opinions on transgender people and still be a therapist. You're not doing that as your private capacity as a therapist. You're doing it in the context of more of a cultural or political commentator.
Well, the problem I have is that he uses his anti-trans like rhetoric is like backed up by his degree. Like he uses his degree as a legitimizing badge, essentially. That's where the school, or I guess the like board that like oversees all of this stuff and basically hands out these accreditations, that's where they ran into trouble with him, because they were like, look, you're like, we gave you a license to practice, and you are now going out there and representing the practice in a way that makes the entire organization look poorly. Unfortunately, this happens a lot with employers. If you go in, whenever you go and work, I don't know if you started, I don't think you can work yet technically, but if you go and get like a regular, you can, okay. So when you go and get a regular job, they're going to tell you that if you go on social media and you talk bad about the company, or you like say stuff that they don't like, you will get fired, because it's in their best interest for you to align as much as you can with basically the company line. Like they don't want people dissenting and stuff. It's super shitty. I don't like it. I'm not crazy about that, especially with private corporations. But in terms of licensing, I think there's an argument for it, only really because these, like, if you're a citizen and you need to find out who's a reputable doctor, you need a board that's like that you can go to, that's like certified and has a history of certifying proper doctors. Like, you don't want to just go to some like schmuck who you don't want to go to your like local guy who has a stethoscope, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I don't really see why someone shouldn't be allowed to give therapy. I think some of the occupational licensing laws go too far. Like, I don't see why someone shouldn't be able to give therapy without a license. Like, if they assume, I mean, as long as they market themselves honestly, assuming that if someone honestly markets himself, I don't see why they shouldn't be able to give their 2 cents. I mean, you're just talking to someone. Maybe it just shouldn't be me.
I mean, he hasn't been practicing either. There's no loss to him besides the legitimizing of Dr. Jordan Peterson when he says his political takes. Like, there's no real material harm coming to him.
You're right, but I think there's a difference between someone acting in a private capacity, and someone representing something, you can say he uses his doctorate or his PhD or his license or whatever, not his doctorate PhD, his license, which comes from his doctorate and PhD.
Right, yeah.
I think in Canada you have to have a PhD to be a psychologist, do you? Or at least an MD.
I believe so. I'm not. I would have to ask somebody else who is
But
Canadian.
yeah, like he might use the fact that he's licensed, and people might think, oh well, he's just like brilliant public intellectual. But like at the end of the day, if he is like giving us political take, I think most reasonable people can acknowledge like there's a difference between Dr. Jordan Peterson, like hello, Dr. Jordan Peterson, can you diagnose me, and Dr. Jordan Peterson, like talking about like some political or cultural issue. I think in the same way, like you can say there's do you know who Legal Eagle is?
Yeah, I've seen a few of his
There's
videos.
a difference between Legal Eagle as a lawyer giving his own personal commentary. And by the way, although he's generally non-partisan, he does sometimes give semi-political
Yeah.
commentary.
Well,
there's a
that
difference
he's using his education. He's not acting as like a
Yeah, but there's a difference between
as
him
like, you
using his
know,
bar
yeah.
and just giving his own 2 cents.
That's Legal
Right,
Eagle
it's like-
talking, not whatever his real name is.
Yeah, or I think his real name is Devin Stone.
Yeah,
and
sure.
There's a
Well,
difference between Dr. Jordan Peterson using his license and Dr. Jordan Peterson, who happens to have a license but is mostly acting in the capacity of a political commentator. So, like for instance, I wouldn't say we need to revoke Legal Eagle's bar because he's like some politically biased or whatever. He's giving legal advice for free or whatever. He's giving legal commentary who happens to have a lawyer. Jordan Peterson giving political commentary, some of which overlaps with psychology, and him happening to have a license, those aren't necessarily the same thing.
I would agree. I just think he's irresponsible. I do think he goes out of his way to like, because whenever I see any of his videos, it's always Dr. Jordan Peterson, like if he wasn't using the doctor in his name, if he was acting as the private citizen of Jordan Peterson, we're in 100% agreement. But like, because of the way he's gone about this, and this is like years down the road that they finally had this conversation with him, but like, especially in the beginning, he was prominent because he was a doctor, because he was a therapist, because of all the rest of the stuff, and he kind of kept that ball rolling. I think if he would have put separation between him and his practice a lot more, because he said it himself, he doesn't take patients anymore. But yeah, I mean, if he wants to fight it, that's fine, but like, I mean, the biggest consequence from this is he's not going to get to say, I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson anymore, because it's not the biggest deal in the world. He can make a big deal about it all he wants, but I don't think, I think it's perfectly fair for them to be like,
he's being mandated, the main issue is because he's being mandated to take certain courses as well.
yeah, but that's no different from, Kyrie Irving being told like, hey, you need to take this like sensitivity training so you're not saying anti-Jewish stuff to like play.
Yeah, but as I said, like that's not. I think the difference is in context of Kyrie specifically is he is a celebrity first and foremost, and his celebrity and his basketball career are inextricably linked. Whereas Jordan Peterson, in his celebrity and his well-known, famous Dr. Jordan Peterson, the firebrand political commentator or religious expert or whatever he marks himself as, is a different logo than Jordan Peterson, who happens to have a license at the Canadian thing. Maybe it's not the biggest deal in the world. I still think it definitely does go too far.
Yeah, I would just like, at the end of the day, like, do you think Jordan Peterson would have gotten as noticed as he did and throughout the years as noticed as he is without the doctor part in his name? Because again, like I said, that's been the legitimizing factor for him.
Market himself as Dr. Ben Shapiro, and he has a doctorate, but I mean,
well, he was a lawyer, wasn't he? Yeah. But also Ben Shapiro doesn't practice anymore, and Ben Shapiro doesn't present himself as a lawyer. The problem is that Jordan Peterson presents himself as a therapist.
Why couldn't Jordan Peterson have done the same?
I mean, Jordan Peterson presents himself as a therapist, though. Like he always has. He's always Dr. Jordan Peterson.
He wouldn't have gotten famous if he wasn't a doctor.
I mean, no, but that's just how he's presented himself. He's always introduced himself as Dr. Jordan, where he's always been presented as Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
Like Ben
I think
Shapiro has always just been Ben Shapiro, regular
maybe
ass
I
guy who
miscommunicated,
looks
but
like
I
my
thought I
cousin.
heard you
Like,
say that. I thought I heard you say that he wouldn't have gotten famous if he wasn't a doctor. Maybe it was a miscommunication.
oh no. Well, to a degree, yes. I did say that because the element of him garnering not just support but like eyes was that he had a doctorate, that he was a licensed physician coming out and pushing back against the, I don't know, woke moralists or whatever. I think it was, I remember it was like Bill C-17, I think. That might not be correct.
Bill C-16, I think.
Yes, yeah. It was some Canadian law that hasn't really amounted to very much. But yeah, an element to him gaining traction was that he was a licensed physician pushing back against this narrative and constantly kind of pushing back against, gender scientists or gender doctors. I think he said a couple times that like
discrimination law.
Yeah, it was like it was adding I think trans people.
I think if you're a private business, I do believe you should reserve the right. I don't believe in mandating association in principle. I will boycott your business if you're being like an asshole. But I mean, if you don't hire transgender people, I can say I disagree with it. I don't really like the government telling private businesses who they have to associate with, especially since there's a lot of people who object to it. Maybe he was marketing it in a way that was hyperbolic, but I still disagree with the law. And from the perspective that his marketing as a psychologist has always been, he's trying to play the fine line between a psychologist and a commentator. So
Yeah.
he likes to use to take his religion talks. Like, have you heard of his Genesis series yet?
I haven't watched it. I wanted to, but it's super long. So I was I don't know if I'll get around to it, but I know it was like I think
I'll
like the first video was like 2 hours.
I'm probably gonna get around to it someday. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but I've heard of it. From what I understand, he does a lot of religious and even sometimes political commentary. But he tries to combine his sort of philosophical, psychological background and trying to apply that to various topics. So, for instance, like in I think he's of the school of psychology called Jungianism, which is to long story short, it's really difficult to explain because I'm not a psychologist, but Jungians believes there was archetypes and everyone individually has or not individually, collectively has these archetypes that everyone is descended from these unconscious archetypes that appear in myths and symbolism and views and metaphysics. And Jordan believes that the Judeo-Christian metaphysics is the Jungian archetype that is the basis of Western civilization. So like he likes to, I notice he likes to psychologically add his psychological perspective often to his religious commentary. I don't know. Do you have a college degree out of curiosity? Not that matters.
I do not. I went to college. It just didn't work out for me. College is not for everybody.
Did you ever take any psych courses in high school?
The only one what did I take? I took sociology in college, but not psychology.
I see. But I do think Jordan, I'm sorry, I really am not a great communicator at all.
You're fine.
But Jordan, my point, long story short, is he tries to combine his philosophical and political commentary, often with his religious commentary, with the background of psychology. Like he likes to act as though he's doing psychological analysis, and he's combining that with commentary on religious and political issues.
Right. Doesn't shock me. He brings a lot of his religious stuff into it, which is perfectly within his rights. It's just doesn't seem like
I think there's a difference between like talking about how like individually diagnosing someone with some individual psychological problem that is going to cause harm to them, and talking about something as abstract as like the Jungian archetypes that lead to the Judeo-Christian metaphysics or whatever. Like, I think there's a pretty big contrast between like using psychology in a therapeutical way and using it in a esoteric academic way, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like I said, I think he's always been kind of threading the needle, and I think it's just honestly kind of caught up with him. That kind of just seems to be what happened in the licensing scenario. Like, I don't think it's not going to hurt him really. So like that's why I'm mostly like he's made a big deal about it, and I think it really, it really isn't something that I'm fine with for the most part, because it's not going to affect him. It's not going to affect him. He's
I mean, I oppose it. Do I really care that much? If he has to go to it, I don't really care as much. But I still disagree with some of the licensing rules in principle. But do I care that much? No. Do I oppose it? Yes. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's just it just comes down to it where, like, he's his license at this point. He's outgrown his license at this point. He's not using it for actual practice anymore, and at this point, it's just become a legitimizing badge. So it's just kind of, and that board or that school or whatever at the end of the day has a interest in making sure that when people look them up, that they have reputable therapists to recommend, and therapists that they've
I think Jordan could be a good therapist, even if he disagrees with some of his commentary. I think he does.
I mean, he might. He himself might be. The problem is like, if you went to Jordan Peterson for some therapy, the problem is what he says. It's kind of like his 12 rules for life. I think his 12 rules for life overall aren't really that bad. They're like pretty reasonable. I think he's got like a good like interpersonal to a degree, but an interpersonal kind of like way of going about like living your life. But his Twitter activity and kind of his outside of his specific field of study, rhetoric is like undermines a lot of that, and I think would end up just kind of sullying his ability to do therapy, because you might go to him for one answer and he might give you one answer, but then like you see his public speech and it's something completely different. So it creates a lot of conflict, I think, his dissident views, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, he might be politically biased. I still think you're right that his views might influence his. But I still think if you go to if you have a legitimate therapeutic problem, that's like not the biggest issue. Like, I don't know, you're having an issue with your divorce or your ex-wife or whatever. You're kind of sad. You need some help. I don't think Jordan, to the extent that he practices any small talk type stuff, his capacity is really affected by his other things. And in general, I think his self-help stuff is valuable to a lot of people. And there's recently with the Andrew Tate stuff, talk about like how the left abandoned young men. Well, let's just put left versus right aside. Do you not think that in general culture has had issues where even like if you disagree with some of his commentary, why someone like Jordan Peterson, specifically to young men who feel often isolated in terms of the dating market, in terms of life, why they would turn to someone like him?
Oh, absolutely. I fully understand it. I was not popular. I was not like sought after by women. Like, I totally get all of the honest, like.
I'm probably not really concerned about it. I mean, if I'm being really honest, it's so weird, but I kind of have a weird thing where I really want to date where I'm really not allowed to date.
I'm sorry, I didn't. You broke up during some of that.
Like me, I'm fine. I live in a middle class house. I'll be good. I don't really care about the dating market. And if I'm being honest, if I wanted to date a woman, I really would date a woman who's I legally am technically not allowed to date. I'm not really interested in any woman who's my age. So, but I technically legally can't date. Obviously,
I'm gonna say, are you are you looking for a mommy?
But no, I mean, like me, I'm middle class. I'm good. Like, I'm not afraid of oppression Olympics. I'm not a young man who's oppressed. But if I'm being honest,
but being a young man is like tough. Like, there's a lot of social stigma. There's a lot of social expectations that like
And that's what
absolutely
I'm saying.
suck.
I'm saying, in general, I think the reason why someone like Jordan is very popular is, even though for me personally, I'm more so attracted to philosophy stuff because I'm not really looking for like dating or like I'm not suicide. I'm good economically. I'm stable economically. I just think in general, our culture has a lot of issues with young men, and the reason why Jordan is so popular. And it's kind of a meme at this point, is he's the father figure that never was. You know, it's not just people who grew up without fathers. It's also people who, in a sense, let's just take father and replace it with society. He's the societal figure. He's the role model in society that is paying attention to them that no one else has. And I think the reason why a lot of young men tend to prefer someone like him is because he really does provide a lot of commentary, where I suppose you disagree with him that at least on the psychological side, that at least claims to help young men, and specifically it's sort of you might not like, and in a sense it is inherently a more right-wing view, that it provides a sort of individualist, like, here's why you need to get your life together, etc. And you can disagree with some of it, but there's a reason why that's appealing to young men in a society which they feel is not going to accommodate them anytime soon. And I think to the extent that we don't acknowledge the issues with society, and politically, to the extent that let's put like the job market aside, to the extent that progressives don't even feel like they are marketing themselves to men. And I'm not saying all progressives. I think there are actually a lot of progressives. I know Vosh was on the Young Turks where he was talking about young men. But I mean,
Yeah, he's been making the rounds. I give him a lot of credit for that. Overall, the left has been really, really fucking bad.
Not pay attention to young men.
Yeah.
To the extent you people saying that like it's a bunch of fascists who are trying to reclaim the rights or privilege or whatever. Like that's not gonna help you. That's not gonna get rid of Jordan Peterson. Quite the opposite. It's just gonna make people who are Jordan Peterson fans turn even away from Jordan Peterson to like Andrew Tate or something even more extreme.
Yeah, I was gonna say Andrew Tate I'm fine with saying is a fascist, but like the problems, the fact that these guys have gained as much traction, as much of an audience as they have, has shown that there's obviously a market for men who, for lack of a better term, look at the world and don't really see a positive future for themselves. They're underperforming in their mind, and the question becomes like, are they underperforming? Like, who are they underperforming for? Are they underperforming if they compare themselves to their parents? Are they underperforming compared to just comparing themselves to their other classmates? Like how much, or their peers, I should say. It's not always classmates. A lot of these kids are younger, so I'm fine with saying classmates. But like the left has done a really poor job at doing that because everyone's been so, I think, focused on LGBT and like women's issues, which are absolutely worthy of our attention. But my side has been traditionally pretty bad at speaking to men, speaking to those issues. I try to do a segment every once in a while. I try to do one like once a show, or at least once a week, where I talk about and kind of try to respond to some of the like Tate stuff and stuff like that, just because there needs to be more voices out there. But yeah, I mean, the left is sadly not really mounting a great alternative to guys like Andrew Tate and guys like Jordan Peterson. It's unfortunate.
There's a distinction though to be made between Jordan Peterson, who you might disagree with, but isn't. I don't think he's Andrew Tate. He's.
Oh no! I only mean when I say I only lump them in the sense that they are both answering to a clear need in terms of rhetoric in our society. Not that they're similar. As much as I don't like Andrew Tate is a pretty objectively awful person. Jordan Peterson, I feel like is a nice guy. I just don't like I would love to sit down with him and like talk to him about some of his stuff, because he gets he feels like somebody like you could have a conversation with. Andrew Tate, no fucking chance. Andrew Tate just seems like he's off the fucking he's off the reservation. Like that guy is
Jordan
really
more
out
like a
there.
socially conservative kind of guy who feels strong on personal responsibility, and I guess I'm roughly closer to where he is. I said
Right,
I
yeah.
obviously have many criticisms of, not many, but I have some criticisms of Jordan Peterson's views. I'm more so empathical to his views than you are, because again, I'm more to your right. But either way, there are reasonable criticisms to be made of a lot of his views. I just think, and at least in context of someone like say Andrew Tate, he unlike Jordan, is even more explicitly to the extent that he has an entitlement mindset. Like Jordan has a more, in my view, a more personal responsibility, get yourself up by your bootstraps mindset, which sometimes ties into some socially conservative views. Whereas Andrew has that entitled mindset that men are entitled to sex and such, and that women who don't submit to men are all evil, and which I think that distinction is between whether or not someone just believes someone should be pulled up by their bootstraps or someone is entitled to something. I think that's what makes Jordan, to the extent you might think he's a misogynist. I don't think he's a misogynist, but to the extent that Jordan Peterson has any iffy views, a lot less explicit than Andrew. He comes not as much from a perspective of like explicit patriarchy like Andrew does.
Yeah, I mean Jordan. My biggest beef with Peterson mostly is he lacks from my perspective, and at least this is the way that I kind of, this is also from where I critique from. Jordan sadly to me lacks a real ability to critique systems that he ostensibly likes, and not being able to identify kind of the pitfalls of even the systems and the structures that he enjoys. He doesn't seem like he's able to really recognize those, but he's able to recognize the same kinds of systems in movements that he doesn't like. So that's and that comes in with his bias, which if you ask him, he would say he doesn't have a bias, which is also weird to me, because you would think somebody with a therapeutic background would understand like not just inherent biases, but that you definitely have biases that you should be more aware of. But he leans into like that, a bit of that, like where I don't want to say irresponsibility, but like I would think he would know that sort of stuff, and weirdly he just rejects a lot of it. But again, that's very different from Tate, who is it's Andrew Tate. I don't think
your disagreement, Jordan, is much more political in that you are progressive in the sense you believe more macro systems are the problem. He's more small c conservative in that he views things more as a individual problem.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I think broadly
Yeah.
I'm more aligned. I don't think I'm completely either way, because there are examples of systems which can cause issues. I think I'm somewhere more in between the middle, but I'm definitely close to Jordan's camp, if I'm honest. I definitely do prefer, because again, I am a conservative. I believe it's more on people rather than society. But to the extent that there is a systemic issue in society that is actively holding me down, that's where I think you can. So that's kind of why I'm more in the middle. But I definitely am more toward Jordan's camp. But I think that's a reasonable conversation we have. How much is society versus how much is the individual? I think that's where the debate should be. I think the issue with Andrew is, it's in his case, he doesn't view it either. He views by default. Not only should there not be systemic change in favor of making society better, he actively wants to reinforce existing societal issues and amplify them and change them to in the same degree, where he doesn't just want to say here's actually helping men. He wants to actively put down women, and he wants to change the system actively for the negative.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Tate, it seems like, for the most part, Andrew Tate, I think, looks at the world very simply, and it's like there are takers and there are losers. And that's like that is as far as it goes for him. Because watching a lot of his stuff, it's always like there's no version of one man existing without taking from another, basically. And like, you know, for a woman to gain rights, men must therefore lose rights, or for women to be more equal, men must be less equal.
Well,
it's very reductive.
It's kind of like how TERFs think about men and trans people.
Yeah.
Because they think that if you talk about issues that affect males, be they trans women or cis men, that's because you don't care about cis women, or that you're biased against females. And it's kind of the same mindset, just the opposite, where he believes that if you care about women's issues, I would also imagine Andrew Tate probably hates trans people too. If you
Big
talk
time,
about issues that are not for cisgender men, then anything outside of that is you're just a man hater. You don't you're not down with the flow, and that's the issue. Again, it's what I call the liberal in the best sense of the word versus illiberals. It's people who want to help society become better for everyone versus people who just want to make society only fit their narrative.
Yeah, there's like a common line I've heard where it's like
every issue as well. Like there are people who are, and so like black nationalists and white nationalists, but that applies to female rad femmes, let's say, rad femmes and MRAs, and people who are and other issues. Like what's an example in another issue? Oh well, like that applies to people who are, say, people who are Christian fundamentalists who support Christian theocracy, or Muslim fundamentalists who Muslim theocracy. You can, to the extent that there are disagreements on who should be the dominant ruling group in society, it doesn't matter because all of them are against making society. All of them have the same goal, which is making society for them and for them exclusively. It just depends which interest group they're fighting for. Whereas I think people reasonable, like you, me, and even Jordan to an extent, are trying to make society better for everyone. Like, I don't think Jordan actively believes. I think Jordan kind of agrees with us that we should make society better for everyone. He does, and unlike Andrew Tate, he believes it should also be good for women. He's just focusing on the issues that place men. I just think in the context of Jordan, a lot of his more hardline social conservative views, he's definitely moved more to the right over time. He used to be pretty like ambiguous politically. Recently, he's been really taking a bit of a hard right turn.
Yeah, I think he knows. I think he knows where his butter is bred a little bit now, and also the pushback he's gotten has really, I think, hardened him from being able to look at the other side in a charitable light, which I totally understand that, but that's kind of just something. If you're a public figure, you kind of have to be willing to seek out good faith disagreement to a degree. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of life, kind of to a degree.
But I think some of his socially conservative views have make it seem like he's a misogynist, or he doesn't care about women's issues. But I think the fundamental difference is that I do think the way you determine, like, there's a reasonable way you can determine whether or not someone is just is a bigot or someone is just not a bigot. And I think in the context of Jordan, although he says a lot of things that are more socially conservative, you might disagree with. And he said some things in women's issues that I care to defend or think about. For the most part, I do not believe that like Jordan's goal is what a lot of progressives claim, which is like actual patriarchy, like Andrew Tate. I think that's the liberal versus illiberal spectrum. He'd definitely be in the realm of a liberal in that sense, if that makes sense. Because like liberal does not mean left in this case. Liberal just means like individualist. So when I call you a liberal, or I call myself a liberal, or Jordan a liberal, I just mean people who are individualists. I don't mean people who are like, because in America we associate liberals with the Democrat Party. It's a little bit different.
Right. Yeah. The definitions have become muddied out over time. I get what you mean, though.
And out of curiosity, do you think why do you think in America that, as a progressive, do you consider yourself a feminist?
I do.
I consider myself an egalitarian. I don't personally use the term feminist because I think there's a lot of toxicity, but I consider myself, I like to call myself egalitarian. But if you call yourself feminist and you're honestly good faith, I guess we'll agree it's just a labeling issue. I mostly use this term egalitarian because when people hear the word feminist, they don't necessarily hear egalitarian always.
Right, yeah. I mean, I would describe my views as pretty egalitarian, but like, you know, I being raised by like a single mother gives me a certain amount of biases in one way or another, in one direction. But I've always identified at least as a feminist who believes in equal rights. It's really not like, I don't, there's a lot of rad femmes who go way too far into equal rights means like I hate men, and that's super cringy, always has been. But that's never been what I've ever supported. Yeah.
I think it's mostly a terminological issue, more than an ideological disagreement about how toxic a label think it is. I think the feminist label has a lot of toxicity applied to it that has, I think, like 99% of people, or like not 99%, like 85-9% of people would be feminists in the sense of being egalitarian. I just think the terminology is the hookup in that when people hear feminist, because of the toxicity associated with the label, that's what the hang up is. But regardless if you call yourself feminist and I call myself egalitarian, I think you and I have a lot more disagreements than we think. I mean, agreements rather than disagreements than we think.
Yeah.
And in that context, do you think there's a reason why people who describe themselves as feminists in the United States tend to be more, let's say, lib femme, just like more egalitarian, whereas a lot of the rad femme types or misandrist / transphobic type rad femmes are more prominent, say, the UK?
I would have to know the specifics about how UK politics played out, because usually when people talk about feminism, we're usually describing it in waves. So there's always, there's first wave feminism, which is going to be usually taking place, you're usually stretching back about
19th century.
Yeah, around the 19th century. So you're talking about suffragette movements, stuff like that. Second wave feminism was
like suffragettes, basic rights. Second wave feminist was a little bit more rights than that.
That's going to be more of the contemporary. I want to say anywhere from like the 19. You're probably looking anywhere between the 1960s up through, I'd probably argue, the late 90s makes most sense to me. There's obviously going to be gradations, and like it's not going to be perfectly aligned all over the world. But the feminist movement from the 1960s
is much more. I'm pretty sure third wave feminism was like the 2010s and onwards.
Yeah, a little bit more.
And that's more like the left flank of feminism. That's more like feminism, but also like that's like pay. Like there's a pay gap. We need to legalize abortion. That's like more like the more left leaning than previous forms of feminism, whereas first and second wave feminism were a lot more objective. This one, it's definitely more left, but it's still liberal feminism. I disagree with it, but it's still not like rad femme.
Yeah.
Most
rad femmes you're going to see are going to be coming from second wave, because second wave was very was more exclusionary and a lot more focused around I don't really have a better way of saying this, but white women's issues. They're like, it was
this is the white
second
versus
that's essentially the line you're going to be drawing, which during that time period we did get the Roe v. Wade decision. There was a lot of what's the word, a lot of progress during that time, but it's progress that you see nowadays as kind of hollow. It's like, we need more women CEOs, but like, I mean, all right, there's a woman at the top of the company who's still, I mean, the system of like a corporate patriarchy or even a corporate hierarchy that places people arbitrarily to a degree and gives a lot of power over others to people arbitrarily is still in place. The only difference is you now have women given the orders. It also kind of stems from that in your description, that illiberal mindset of like, the system is in itself inherently oppressive. We just need to change who is the avatar of that oppression. It's only until modern third wave feminism.
I mean, if you think corporate hierarchies are oppressive, that's a political disagreement, and we can talk about that.
I mean, I do, because they're hierarchies, and there's structurally they're built like your manager is, in terms of the company, better than you. Like they are worth more than you are.
I don't think discussing the philosophy of corporate hierarchy is really something that is going to work now. Right now, we're talking about feminism. Maybe maybe let's do it another.
We can
stream,
have an
or should we do
economics
it
talk one day. Yeah, I'm fine with having an economics talk.
but
But
yeah,
yeah,
no,
the third wave you're looking at a lot
so
more.
on the political spectrum, though, I think first wave feminism could be basically anywhere on the political spectrum except like super extreme, like tradcons. Like anyone who's not a super extreme tradcon, like everyone from Ben Shapiro to Hillary Clinton to Bernie Sanders is basically first wave to J.K. Rowling, to everyone agrees with the basic tenets of first wave feminism. I actually don't know too much about the second wave feminist position of abortion rights. It sounds like that's more like a center left type movement. If it was also about like things like trying to get like artificial women's representation, corporate boards, or legalizing abortion. It sounds like it's a center left, more center left movement.
To a degree, yeah, yeah.
I have some socially concerned. Again, like I told you, I'm more to the right, so I have some views that are to the right of it. I disagree with it, but you know, we've already had the abortion conversation. But it sounds like third wave feminism, like would be more to the left of second wave feminism. What is the main ideological difference between that?
Third wave feminism, the largest difference you're going to see is the inclusion of LGBT rights, specifically around trans identity. That's going to be probably the like if we're talking like which side of the fence you're on, if you're on second or third, it's going to be based on your stance on trans rights. But it's also a lot more inclusive. Feminism, as it continues to develop, you find that like, because there wasn't really a lot of space, especially in first and second wave feminism, for the existence of male feminists. During a lot of those times, there wasn't really the understanding of feminism was that it was a strictly, obviously female centric ideology. As you get more into third wave feminism, we're talking about a lot more of a broader reach, and feminism being, I think, a little bit more
liberal men, gay people,
it's going to be a lot more inclusive of that sort of stuff. And eventually also, feminism will just end up kind of being progressivism, I think.
Second wave feminism was more a white woman's issue, liberal, like left,
very
center,
straight,
left leaning.
Yeah,
like a Hillary Clinton type feminism. Would you say third wave feminism is more also racially? Is there any racial differences between second and third wave feminism?
There is, in the sense that I'm not sure if you're aware of what my girlfriend's gonna be mad that I don't remember the thing. Give me like 2 seconds because I need to look this up because it's very specific. Prime. Oh, what is it? Riots? Stonewall. There it is. If you're familiar with the Stonewall riots were,
I
they
remember.
were, yeah. So those were led and started by if I remember correctly, a black trans woman. Now this happened in the 1960s, but most of that wasn't folded in to the feminist identity until third wave. Pretty much, for the most mainstream people, and in terms of when you talk about feminism, for even a lot of leftists, you would not have heard about the Stonewall riots. You would not have heard about any of those kind of more racially diverse and gender diverse history, I suppose, during second wave feminism. And that was happening right in the peak of it. And so third wave is going to be a lot more inclusive of gender specific or gender and racial specific differences, mainly because the what's the word, not the oppression, but like the we'll just use oppression because I don't have a better word, the oppression that white women in the 1970s were facing is very, very different from the oppression that, we'll say, black women in the 1980s or 1990s are facing, and so on.
Intersectionality theory?
Yeah, so you don't see a lot of intersectionality until third wave. There's some of it, but it is very controlled.
Intersectionality?
Say again?
Can I explain the main difference? The main issue I have with sexuality as a concept.
As a concept? Okay, sure, go ahead.
Well, not a concept, or rather ideologically. The reason the main criticism I have is maybe it's just because I'm ignorant. I haven't taken a sociology degree, so you probably know more about this. The issue I have with intersectionality is, from what I understand, it tries to mark how different identities overlap to create increased oppression. The issue is there are examples where being an oppressed and being an oppressor can both be aspects of your identity. An example would just be disproportionately Black Americans are profiled in the criminal justice system, but white men are also profiled in the criminal justice system. However, we always hear about men's privilege, and we also hear about white privilege. If we're talking purely from an oppression Olympics, you'd think that white men would be the most privileged, but it would actually be white women who are most privileged, and the most oppressed would be Black men. So I think the issue with intersectionality is you can't just take two minority groups, because there are examples where a group can be oppressive in one way or have certain privileges in one way, but also be oppressed in another way. And you might have an example where an oppressed identity overlaps with a quote oppressor identity, which isn't really an oppressor identity. It has certain privileges somewhere, but I think it's too black and white. It doesn't understand you can be an oppressed in one respect and privileged in another respect, or have certain privileges and not have them in certain privileges in another respect.
Yeah, I would say the reason why you're coming up with a lot of the reason why it doesn't seem to click is I think you're coming at it from a you are using the identity and kind of grouping people based on oppression. For the most part, intersectionality is a term used to coalition build between groups that have kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Similar issues to a degree. So we're talking about people where it's like
intersectionality people would say, for instance, men are privileged. So if men and Black people decided that they were going to align to discuss criminal justice issues, and women are affected in the criminal justice. There's actually a lot of issues with
our criminal justice system is not good for anybody.
There's a lot of women, and yes, this is why I wouldn't care about women's issues in terms of criminal justice. But if you're talking about criminal justice, in my opinion, although you need to focus on women in the criminal justice system too, in general, it's a little bit obvious there is anti-man, or not anti-man. There's certain issues that come with being a man in the criminal justice system. Men are more likely to be sentenced for same crimes. Men are less likely to report abuse, especially domestic abuse by a woman. They include sexual abuse, physical abuse. Men, for instance,
there's also mental abuse. There's also mental abuse that's also I learned recently that doesn't get reported.
Federal justice's favorable judgments in divorce court. There are a lot of examples where maybe you might say our legal system is biased against Black people, which it is. It's not universal. I don't think we're systemically racist or systemically misandrous, but I do believe we are legally. There is Black oppression, even though I wouldn't say it's completely systemic. It does exist, and legally,
well, I would ask, what's the difference? Because you said legally there is, but you said systemically there's not. So I'm curious what, like,
systemic. It just like you're right. Okay, in a sense, there is systemic racism, or there is a systemic anti-man bias in the criminal justice system.
There is absolutely
systemic racism can be loaded with law, but okay. And so the issue with is I highly doubt I would ever find someone who's an intersectional feminist talk about how we need to fight for men's liberation in the criminal justice system on top of Black liberation. They might say, even if they say like criminal justice system is bad as a whole, okay, in some respects, then let's talk about that. They're good, but if it's about trying to coalesce groups who are both disproportionately affected by a certain system, even though obviously we should focus on everyone, talking on sole disproportionate harm, there are examples where a group which you may think have privilege, like men, can also have negative bias, and I think the criminal justice system is a great example of that. And I highly doubt intersectional feminists care about that, but if there are, then maybe it's just my cultural ignorance.
I mean, there's certainly some that don't, but they absolutely should. This is the case where, like I said earlier, how like the left doesn't do good at this and this or that thing. And this is a case where absolutely, if you are somebody who looks at a lot of issues from an intersectional lens, you should be able through that lens to be able to like essentially like be able to see the overlap and apply that and bring over people who both agree with like whatever your prescriptive like policy change would be. Like a good example of this kind of would be a really, really simplistic one is Republican voters and progressive voters, two groups that usually are really do not get along, right? You take any normie Republican voter. My stepmom's a really normie Republican voter, and then you take me, who's very progressive, right? We don't agree on a lot of stuff. But what we both agree on is that we see issues with the way that our government is structured and the way that that the people who represent us in our government are funded, and how they don't really stick up for my values or her values, just only the values that overlap with moneyed interest. So this is a case where like we don't have a lot of overlap, but intersectionality is the tool that you should be using in your mind to identify overlap and be able to basically act upon that. Put aside not put aside everything, but be able to focus on this one thing, coalition build behind that one specific change or that one specific issue, and win on it. Unfortunately, not everybody is always good at this, and a lot of times people will forego kind of that coalition building because they don't like other views that maybe somebody on the right wing might have. And sometimes that's the right call. Sometimes it's not worth coalition building on one subject because of kind of the compounding other issues you have with somebody. But a lot of times you can find a lot of agreements. At the end of the day, we're like, intersectionality is really only like, if you're, if I'll use a reference I actually can, the only one that's coming to my head. If you're the predator, right? You don't want just the like regular vision, right? He's got the mask, he's got like the thermal vision, and then the like vision that can see the aliens, and like 5 others. And that's all intersectionality should be doing for you, is being able to identify those kind of agreeances within groups and find where groups have the same issue. They just might be coming at it from a different angle.
Yeah, I think the only issue I have is how does an intersection determine whether a group has privilege or is oppressed? Because as I said,
it's not interested in those things, or at the very least, it shouldn't be. Intersectionality is strictly from a tools perspective, just a way to identify common interests for the most part.
So like not see the world in oppressed versus oppressor dichotomy always?
No. So most of the time the oppressor oppressed thing, I find that it comes from a lot of people who speak on like, not to bring him back up again, but I've heard Jordan Peterson kind of use the oppressor oppressed language stuff when describing like Marxist critique on society and like kind of societal structure. When it actually comes down, what Marx actually describes is bourgeois and proletariat, which is really just owner class and working class. To a degree, obviously, owner class has an outsized ability to influence the world, in the sense of they have a lot more money to spend on influence. They have a lot more money to spend on consumer goods, whereas regular workers usually are at the behest of those owners. At any point they can shut down a business and there you're out of a job, you have no source of income. Good fucking luck. But like, intersectionality isn't usually super interested in the oppressor stuff. A lot of the oppressor language comes from, I think, a misunderstanding of class, of class perspective, and from I know there is a section of I forget the dude's name. It's Ibram X. Kendi, whatever, kind of that line of like kind of thought leaders and thinkers, where they've had this line that's like yeah, it's like, it's like the only way to balance oppression by one group is oppression by another. I don't know where that comes from. That's mostly just tribalism as far as I'm concerned. But no, that's when we're talking about, that's not what we're really talking about when we're talking about intersectionality. Intersectionality is just an understanding that different groups might have different motivations for wanting X change, and just identifying those and exploiting them for political gain. In this case, usually policy prescriptions.
I see. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. If that's what all intersectionality is, I don't see what's objectionable other than maybe I might think some of the prescriptions are. Again, I mean, if you're progressive, we're gonna have some political disagreements, but from a strategic perspective, I don't have necessarily any issue with two groups that have overlapping interests. I suppose the only issue I have is not per se your definition of intersectionality, which does seem to be broadly what I would classify as liberal in the sense that it's trying to look at different ways structures are oppressing groups and tries to help them and coalesce around that. The main issue is not you. I think you are a lot smarter than other progressives. The issue is people who are on the social justice.
Okay, so I just Googled. Yeah, I appreciate that. So okay, so I just Googled intersectionality because I'm curious what the Wikipedia definition is. So if you don't mind, I'm going to read it if you're okay with that.
Yeah, Wikipedia's not the most reliable, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's fine. It's the best thing we got. Trust me. Trust me. You do not want to live in my time when we had to do database training.
Yeah,
God, that was miserable. But according to this, it's got intersectionality as an analytical framework for understanding how aspects of a person's social and political identities combine to create different modes of discrimination and privilege. Intersectionality identifies multiple factors of advantage and disadvantage. Examples of these factors include gender says, weight, physical appearance. Yeah, a lot of things. Actually, no, wait, let me read this again. Gender, caste, sex, race, ethnicity, class, sexuality, religion, disability, weight, and physical appearance. These intersecting, overlapping social identities may be both empowering and oppressing. Okay, so I understand what they're trying to say. So I am a little bit wrong in the sense of my definition, but I also think I think I was also speaking mostly from a use standpoint. But I understand what it means in terms of you're kind of identifying. You're identifying where discrimination might come up, but I don't think this is at least from a use perspective, I don't find that to be I feel like my definition is better, but that's just me, or at least the way I think about it is better. Maybe I'm talking about something else. Aspects from person.
I wouldn't call myself intersectionalist if there is toxicity associated with the term. But I'm saying it doesn't matter because this is semantics. Whether you call yourself intersectionalist or not, your ideology, whether it's intersectionality from a textbook definition or whether it's not, it doesn't matter because either way, we saw the same. But let's talk about ideas and let's not talk about semantics.
Yeah. Okay. I think yeah.
From an ideas perspective, I don't see anything objectionable because if it's just trying to understand where two identities could overlap with common interests, then even though we might have prescriptive differences from our political perspectives, at the end of the day, we're both coming from the same perspective that there is harms to individuals in society that comes both from individual and social factors. And we deal with systemic and individual issues to try and make sure individuals are as free and happy as possible. And if that perspective is just a strategic way of coalition building, and I don't see an issue with that. The only do you remember the whole Gamergate and that whole social justice warrior era?
I remember. I was in the thick of that.
Do you know who? You actually know who? Obviously you know who Vosh. I don't think Vosh is a social justice warrior. Actually, I don't think he's very smart, but I don't think he's he's not
SJW at this point. I wouldn't put him in an SJW at this point has become a very specific type of left
I still say
activist.
Team is pretty horrible. Yeah, the main issue I have was people from the actual social justice warrior area, the illiberal left, the not people on the left who do hold not just rad views, but just generally fucking go die cis white male whatever.
Right.
That there's a difference between maybe it's just because of the fact that I'm hyper online. I just think I look at that as more of an issue than you do, and maybe it's not fair, but maybe it's just because I'm online.
I mean, I think people say online issues aren't important. I think that's complete cope. Most people do a lot of their education and social education and interact with the world online. I mean, it's like the internet is the way we communicate to each other now.
Yeah, and like you saw with the MBK, like should the left help young men, like those people who did have a bit of that social justice ideology of no, don't help young men or whatever. Maybe it's just because of the fact that maybe it's just the loudest voice in the room is one that's most heard. I just tend to view that as a bigger issue, or we might think it's the same issue. I just tend to focus on it more because I do think if it is an issue, and it might just be selection bias. It might just be I go on sites where like I'm looking for people on the left who I disagree with, and they're the easiest man to attack. Whereas, but I mean, at least so far in this conversation, you've been pretty reasonable. You seem to understand the basic points, and it seems like ideologically, it's just we agree fundamentally on a lot of things on our goal. It's just that we have different prescriptive and analytical ways to get to that goal of the best way to make society best for individuals. I try to be optimistic. I try to say like the social justice wars aren't going to win. I try to say the illiberals of the right, because there are right wingers who are right wing social justice wars who do not want to help anyone in society as well, like Andrew Tate. And I think I try to be as optimistic as possible. I try to hope that people in the world would recognize their common humanity and try to make the world better, regardless of what their personal prescriptions are, compared to a lot of the pessimism I see online of people who do not want to make the world better. Do you know what the white pill versus the black pill is?
I've heard the black. I haven't heard the white pill. What's the white pill? I know the black pill is like the.
So,
isn't the black pill the doomer pill?
He's kind of like a troll.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Do you know who Michael Malice is?
Michael Morales? The name's...
Michael Malice.
Oh no, I do not.
He's like an ANCAP. I actually have I'm not an ANCAP. I'm more like I'm closer to I'm not like an ANCAP. I've got some libertarian leanings, but I'm not completely ANCAP. I'm definitely more neocon-ish. But either way, he's like an internet troll, and Michael Malice, he wrote the book called The White Pill. So the way he explains it is the way the black pill operates is black pill is like the ultimate pessimism, right? It's like
right, yeah,
like
so like doomerade, isn't it?
Yeah, and in his view, white pill is in a sense it incorporates a lot of the black pill element that society is shitty and society has a lot of flaws. Here's all the issues in society, but the white pill tries to say you're right. You're completely right. All the issues in society are happening, but here's why. At the end of the day, I'm hopeful. Here's why things are going to get better. And the white pill is like trying to take the optimism pill that for any flaws society might have, it'll get better because society changes. And I try to be. I try because and the white pill goes a lot easier down the black. Like there's and it's not. Do you know like the red pill versus blue pill? So like the red pill is like you're being like woke, in the sense that you're like understanding society and you're understanding society for all the flaws it has. And the blue pill is like, no, it's like complete cope. It's like complete, no, society's perfect. Like it's completely ignores anything in society.
Right. Yeah. It's the matrix. It's the, like, it's the matrix stuff.
This is like, think of it like the political. So in the same way, there's like libertarian left versus libertarian right and authoritarian right versus authoritarian left. In this context, there's blue pilled, red pilled. I mean, there's not blue pilled. There's blue pilled, white pilled, blue pilled, black pilled. I mean, not those blue pilled, white pilled, and red pilled, who red pilled, black pilled, and red pilled, white pilled. Blue pill, because it ignores all the problems of society, is universally white pilled because it sees all that society is going to be perfect forever. The red pill, as an acknowledging the problem with society, acknowledges the problems with society, but it has two routes. It either goes to because I'm awake to all the issues in society, I'm completely pessimistic, which is people who take the black pill, or I'm optimistic and I think it'll change, I'll help it change, and I think everything's going to work out in the end, or at the very least, society will become better. Even if everything doesn't work out in the end, at least we'll have a shot, and there's a high likelihood we'll get a lot better. And that's like the white pill. I tend to be more optimistic. I tend to be more on the white pill side. I tend to view the world as harmed, but nihilism, not nihilism rather, because nihilism and pessimism are even the same thing, like, right? Like, isn't nihilism where you don't think there's any meaning, whereas pessimism is actively negative meaning, right?
If I remember correctly, yeah. Nihilism is gonna be nothing matters. Like, it doesn't matter what happens.
I don't think nihilism or pessimism. I am an optimist, because I do not believe that, in nihilism. I do believe the world has meaning. And let's put religion outside that. I also just think the meaning society gives to people, on top of my personal religious views. So in that sense, I'm not at all gonna be nihilist, and I'm also not completely pessimist. I don't believe that the meaning of society is going bad. I do believe in hope, and I do believe nowadays, trying to abandoning nihilism and pessimism is our best way forward.
Yeah, I mean the only way, the only way you're gonna improve any of this stuff, and like I say this to people all the time, it's like you gotta believe that you can change anything for anything to actually change. Like I get it, shit's like fucked. Shit's been really fucked, like in a at least decent amount of ways for most of my life, but like you kind of gotta learn to like be okay with that to a degree and like move forward and want to make change, want to make positive change in the world. Like nothing's gonna get better if you don't do anything. I get why people get like that, and the more nihilistic worldview.
I'm not asking for people. The funniest thing is, I'm not even asking for people to do anything. I just want people to be optimistic, right? I mean, I'm not asking for people to like go to the latest political rally. I'm just saying, like,
it's hard though, man.
Job,
it's hard.
School,
optimism is hard to get in people.
If you don't like school or job, just do video games, hang out with friends,
Yeah.
touch some grass, like. Just do something you like. Go to church or go to a synagogue, or just do whatever you like. And I don't even care if someone engages politically. I don't even care if someone when they engage politically agrees with me. I mean, you lean more left, but I don't really care. I disagree with you, and I'll debate you anytime. But I don't care as long as you're trying to at least improve the world. You're not trying to completely give up on life.
Absolutely. I have a normal full-time job. I do this because like I've always wanted to do this. Makes me happy, brings me some value. I feel better doing this with my days.
Was Twitch a thing when you were a kid?
Huh?
Was Twitch even a thing when you were a kid?
Not at all, dude. Like YouTube
Wait,
wasn't around.
I thought you said you always wanted to do this.
Well, in terms of like broadcasting news, like and talking to people about this stuff, like I've talked to. Yeah, pretty much. I grew up. My parents are divorced, but I grew up. My dad is very, very, probably closer to you, very neocon, very conservative. He's listened to a lot of talk radio throughout my life. And my mom was a pretty uninteresting liberal. So like, I found myself listening to a lot of right-wing talk radio and disagreeing quite a bit. And like, from seeing my mom not really like care one way or another about politics, it kind of motivated me to educate myself more. So I would pay attention more to what my dad watched, and then like, I would engage. To this day, I'll usually text him and ask him about his takes on random shit.
To the progressive side, is any commentator or
so I don't know. I wouldn't really say anybody. I've kind of, for the most part, always had rather progressive values. To a degree, there's obviously like some stuff that like I'm a little bit more, I'm more, I don't know how much of, I don't even think I would call it a right-wing value. I'm more pro-gun than most leftists, but that comes from living in a like police family. So I also have different
that's like one policy.
Yeah. But I'm also I also approach the police issue from a different lens, just because I come from a police family. So there's also a few, there's little things like that like I'm slightly different on, but for the most part, I mean, when I was a kid, I saw like Sicko. It's like a Michael Moore movie about healthcare, and that very much radicalized me to the left. Just because
I don't think Michael Moore is the smartest, but
no, I mean, when you're watching it now, I haven't watched it in a long time. I'm sure I'd have my misgivings with it now, but when I was probably your age, that's like what was coming out, and then like also some of his other documentaries that came out a little bit before that. There's like a capitalism one that also was very radicalizing to me. So But I mean, yeah, Twitch wasn't always around. For me, it was like radio. So there was like a long time where I considered going into radio, like before I graduated school. Radio died like really early on before I even graduated, so that wasn't really a thing. YouTube was not a space like when I was in high school for politics. It was pretty much like normie YouTube.
So I've been engaged in online politics for a while now.
Yeah, you probably got started earlier than me.
The only young political people on YouTube. So there was nobody on YouTube political. Vosh wasn't a thing. Destiny was a thing. Nobody on YouTube was politics except for do you know who the Amazing Atheist is?
Yeah, I remember him.
So the Young Turks, obviously like very liberal. The Young Turks, I think they were pretty big progressive. I think they've always been on YouTube. Like the Young Turks has been.
They've been around for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, the Young Turks were like ever since maybe even before the Bush administration. Like they were on for a long time. So they were definitely on early YouTube. The Amazing Atheist was on YouTube. Do you know who Lee Dorn is? He's like
sounds vaguely familiar, but
yeah, Lee Dorn. He's been on Steven Crowder's show.
Lee Dorn. No. Okay. I thought you said Thorn.
No, LeeDorren. Lee Dorn. Yeah, he's like a libertarian leaning commentator. He's actually pretty small. But I've seen him on Steven Crowder's show before. Then there was also what do you call it? Alex Jones, basically. And so it was like the Amazing Atheist, the Young Turks, Alex Jones, and Lee Dorn were basically the only 4 political people on YouTube.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there was not really. I think not until you didn't see a lot of like online politics sprout up until after the Obama administration, or at least a couple years into it, because by that point, right wing talk radio specifically radio overall was starting to kind of fade out of in vogue, and then more of it moved to video online.
Because almost all the major media outlets were more liberal, there was no such thing as a conservative outlet. There was even Fox News wasn't as right wing as it was today. So like the only alternative to like CNN, MSNBC, and all the mainly either center outlets or like left-wing outlets at the time, the only real option outside of that, if you want like an actually conservative perspective, and like Rush Limbaugh or
I'm assuming we're not counting like Fox News has always been there for conservatives.
Yeah, but that's like that's the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
Because like there's Fox News, but like if Fox News is like 20% of the airspace, and the rest of the time is some combination of CNN, MSNBC, etc. And on Fox News, you might watch it, but like if you're some like conservative guy, you're a trucker or whatever, like you're not going to find much outside of that. So the only real option for right wing.
Well, Fox News is the largest, is the by far largest cable news broadcaster.
Fox News is?
Absolutely. Fox News does huge numbers. CNN does shit numbers. MSNBC does shit numbers. Fox News has the largest. No. Fox News has always been probably the top in terms of like, if we're talking like, I don't even know if I can say that. If we're talking about maybe perception wise, people might, you might think like, oh, CNN's like kind of the like default news aesthetic or whatever. Like when you think of news, like you might think CNN, but no, Fox News has essentially since its like inception has been like at the absolute top of cable news. Like they have been ubiquitous all of my life.
Oh, I see. I thought the way I've heard it described is originally almost all the television outlets were progressive, with the exception of not progressive, centrist to Democrat Party. So like left leaning to center, and that's basically the Overton window of media. And the only exception was Fox News. And the reason why right wing talk radio was because if most of the airtime goes to center to left outlets, the main conservative opposition outside of Fox was just going to be like radio. And then when YouTube politics came around, they basically completely decentralized it, where they could fuck both the liberal establishment in the media and the conservative establishment on the radio, and just completely be different. Which is why you have everything from the Young Turks to the Daily Wire to Louder Crowder and Vosh and just streamers and networks and everything in between.
Yeah, like Fox News was always really large, and then pretty much like a right-wing talk radio who was usually affiliated with them, because they'd have like deals with like Fox to get their like the audio of like let's say Bill O'Reilly's show onto radio, and it was kind of
and like on foreign and economic pulse, and even on social pulse, like abortion, I'll mostly agree with them, but sometimes they did go too far. Like these were usually like more drug war area. I'm pro drug legalization.
I would really recommend you go back and listen to some of Limbaugh from like the 90s, because it got bad. Like, well, the thing is like I look at the Republican Party now, and what I see specifically in members like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, a lot of that camp is they're saying they're acting and saying the same way that Limbaugh would on radio. I think a lot of Republican politics since the 90s.
Was Limbaugh like a borderline racist?
Dude, Limbaugh was fucking nuts. Like I like some of the shit. I don't have any of it like up in front of me, but like I would definitely suggest go back and listen. It was wild. Some of the shit he would say.
I'm kind of like Ben Shapiro. I'm definitely more of a establishment Republican, libertarian, domestically neocon foreign policy.
Oh yeah, I much appreciate Ben to Limbaugh. I'll take Ben every time over Limbaugh.
Yeah, but unlike Limbaugh, I'm not like on social issues. I'm conservative leaning, but like I'm not like lock up Obama because he's a communist Marxist Kenyan.
Yeah, that was all Limbaugh. Yeah, that's all Limbaugh. Yeah,
like everything's satanic, because there's also some religious right types, and I think the religious right was good against abortion, but like some of their views on not only gay marriage, which I'm pro gay marriage, but even put gay marriage aside, like just like Yu-Gi-Oh games are satanic or whatever.
I do remember that. I grew up playing Yu-Gi-Oh too. I remember that being a whole thing.
Or like rock and roll is a satanic conspiracy.
Yeah, I mean they're doing it now. I mean I'm sure you've seen some of the Grammy discourse. They still do it now, where it's like, they're talking about satanic rituals, and like a lot of this stuff ends up kind of recycling over like a decade or so. There's something called the 30-year cycle, and it's just pretty much the theory that
I've heard the term. What is the 30-year cycle again?
The 30-year cycle is just like it's not substantiated, but it's the idea that any trend will within 30 years gain traction, go back into obscurity, and then come back as vintage. It's why in the 80s there was a big affinity for the or not the 80s, I'm sorry. In the 90s, there was a big affinity for kind of 60s and 50s culture, in terms of like they brought back what are the fucking pants, like the boot cut pants or whatever the fuck they're called. It's like that. Like that show got made in the 90s because there was like an affinity for that show came out in the 90s, and then now we have that 90s show coming out now in the 2020s.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it actually. I like that 70 show. It's actually a really good show.
Oh, it's great. Yeah. But like the idea is just that every 30 years, any trend's going to come back in vogue. It's kind of like if you see video games, why a lot of indie devs maybe, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years ago got back into doing a lot of 8-bit and 16-bit art styles. That's why like every indie, part of it was because of resources, but a big part of it is that aesthetic kind of came back. Cyberpunk came out in 2020, and that was a property created back in the 1980s. So it's just kind of the way media kind of cycles through as something is new. and then becomes vintage and comes back and usually gets innovated on in some kind of way, but it all kind of cycles.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that'll ever happen to something like J.K. Rowling or Hogwarts? I mean, what aesthetic does she go for?
I mean,
just
J.K.
like
Rowling's
almost-
going for, well, her books technically, the Harry Potter books take place during are set in the 90s, but like obviously the witches and wizards stuff was rather popular in the 80s. So if you want to track kind of the 80s, you're looking at kind of the 90s being a little bit in leaning into that more witches and wizards magic-y stuff. Roll that into the early 2000s when we had the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and now you don't really like, do we see a lot of witches and wizards stuff? Not as much. There's like some of it, but it's not
I see.
it's
Do you think
not
something
like
J.K. Rowling's aesthetic will ever come back in like 30 years, or how does that come back?
what aesthetic specifically with her, like the witches and wizards stuff?
No, mostly like fantasy narratives or
Oh, yeah, yeah.
supernatural, like, character.
I mean,
Like,
the
Harry
kind of
Potter's-
more like, yeah, like I get what you mean. Yeah. I mean, you've got probably a good, like, it's not that there won't be anything, it's that it won't be the super dominant new hot fresh thing for a time. Like right now, as much as everyone likes the new Harry Potter game, it's like one of, you know, like a bazillion other games that are coming out, and nobody's really doing well, I guess Elden Ring's kind of with wizards and like fantasy stuff. So maybe you know, the fantasy stuff is getting its push again. You know, where you measure this is a bit, it's an inexact science, and it's not, the 30-year cycle isn't, I don't know, it's not substantiated or anything, it's not scientific, but like it's the concept that just like
Are they coming back now?
the witches and wizards stuff, I would think.
No, the fantasy narrative.
Kind of. I mean, when I say witches and wizards, that's what I mean by fantasy. I mean like fantasy land. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of in its like, it's hit its peak. It's kind of going down because like those Hobbit movies weren't that great. Like,
They're not going to come back until 2024. I mean, or 2040 rather.
Possibly there will be because there's going to be people that like remember. They might remember like Elden Ring as a good example, like 20 years from now, right? There will be kids who are maybe like your age who played Elden Ring who will then remember it, and like kind of through kind of you know, media osmosis, you know, there'll be producers or there'll be directors who kind of bring back like the Elden Ring aesthetic, stuff like that. So it's like, it's kind of how you play with aesthetics
so exactly,
and stuff.
why 30 years? Like how did he come up with that number? Who came up with that?
Oh, it's I from what I understand, it's like kind of a very broad, like unspecific. I think 30 years was just because what seemed cool when you were like maybe 5, 6, 7, or 8, like by the time you're 30 and you can drive the culture, that's what's going to now become kind of the vintage new thing. Kind of like how comic book fans were, you know, in the 80s and everything, like kids like you know, your age or younger played a lot of yeah, that's true. But right now what we're seeing in like the MCU and like kind of more of the modern version of the Marvel push is a nostalgic memory for those old comics that they read back then. So 30 years in the future, they're like, oh, we need to think of movies, we need to think of media now that we're in the age range that's making movies, making influencing the culture, doing all of that stuff. They draw from their nostalgia, which is usually 20 to 30 years in the past. So it's kind of that concept around 30 when
Yeah, I mean it's pretty vague numbers. It's not.
Yeah. It's like with Grease. Like Grease came out in like, I think the 80s, but it was nostalgic for the
Grease
50s.
movie?
Grease the movie, yeah. Grease the movie was nostalgic for the 50s.
Who is that guy? Who's the actor again?
John Travolta.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's like
Yeah.
and he isn't he like a Scientologist, or is it
He is a
something else?
Well, He's an interesting character, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
it came
like, people
out.
talk about how the Jews control Hollywood, but aren't like a lot of, isn't it like the Scientologists who control Hollywood, like Tom Cruise, John Travolta?
There's like a weird, there was a weird cult I watched a documentary on. that like was a lot of
It is.
actors and people who worked in that kind of industry.
Well,
I think it was
created by this guy named L. Ron Hubbard, who made up a bunch of crap.
yeah, he was a
Scientology is now-
science fiction writer, and then people
Yeah, Scientology is literally just science fiction. It's not real.
Scientology. Scientology is weird. I can only parse so much, but Scientology is fucking weird. But yeah, Grease came out in what, 70? Yeah, Grease came out in 78, but it's a story that takes place in like the 50s. And it's because boomers, like when boomers were making movies, they wanted to make the nostalgia that they remembered, which was from the 50s.
Yeah, that's a really interesting concept. Is there any other major sociological concept that looks at how societies evolve or devolve or progress? Like, that seems like a time. Like you seem to know a lot more about sociology than I do.
A little bit. I only took like intro courses, but I do really like sociology. In terms of looking at big groups. Yeah, I think he's like a sociology major. Like he has a degree. I just took a class, and I've always been interested in the way societies kind of evolve and
Is
function.
there any overlap between this? Because doesn't Georgeson talk about sociology a little bit?
Jordan Peterson does. I find his sociology to be a bit lacking, mainly because he comes from it from a therapist's view, which therapists mostly are dealing with micro issues, and like it's why his stuff is a lot of individual. Where I'm like, you can't it's. You're trying to. It always feels like he's like how do I what's a good way to characterize it?
Well, actually, there's some overlap between psychology and sociology.
I mean, there is.
The way Freud, like, do you know what the Freudianism is and Jungianism? Like, so for instance, Freud, his whole theory is a lot of the psychological behaviors that manifest in our society as a result of sexual oppression. And one of his big theories is the Oedipus complex, which is the idea that men or boys during their sexual development are attracted to mothers. Which is very weird.
It's a bit. It's weird. It's a bit of a self-report.
Well, Freud was not proven vindicated on a lot of things. To put it mildly.
Yeah, Freud's been pretty discredited at this point.
Yeah, I thought those Jews were really smart. And Jung, he was also kind of proven right on some things, but he was also discredited a lot. Like Jung believed the way we inherit our like archetypes. He believes that like there's this thing called like the collective unconscious, and the archetypes that manifest in society, which manifest in the form of symbolism and the myths and or metaphysics. Like you know anything about Jungianism?
Like which one?
Jungianism.
I've heard of it, but I've never like looked into it deeply.
So Jung is kind of discredited like Freud. He did not believe everything came from sexual oppression like Freud. But he was still proven wrong a lot. But even though he was proven wrong a lot, one of his main theories, I think that Jordan kind of talks about, he believes in this thing called the Jungian archetypes, which is a concept from his psychology. It refers to the idea of like a universal inherited ideas that societies have that are like present in like sort of collective unconscious thinking, and that in like the way that manifests is in the like themes, myths, archetypes of individuals, and examples would be like for instance the idea of and let's take how Jordan Peterson analyzes. I think Jordan's Christian now, but like one of his big things is he believes the reason why Christianity and psychology, the way they interact, is because he believes that the way the Bible plays in Western civilization is because we come from the Judeo-Christian mindset, in the sense we do come from Christian Europe or whatever, that collective unconscious, those biblical narratives impact our ways today. So like the way Jungian archetypes kind of overlap with psychology and sociology is they believe that the myths and ideas we have in the society come from like collective archetypes that are stored for generations. It's hard to describe.
Right. I think I know what you're kind of talking about, because it's the idea that like it's also kind of if you've ever heard like what is it like the hero's journey, and the concept that like you can track kind of the same the hero's journey is kind of a literary outlining of basically of a lot of different stories. It was written by I think it was developed by like Campbell back in like the 40s or 50s. But the idea is that like throughout all of these different cultures and throughout time, we've always told like this kind of same story with the same archetypes, even though that's not necessarily true. And like once you look into different cultures, it's very obvious that that's not true. But like it was kind of a way of formatting how we develop stories, but it comes from a very Western centric it draws from very Western centric examples.
Also, Jung also kind of like Freud was a lot discredited. I don't know if he was. I don't actually think he was as discredited as like Freud was almost completely discredited. Jung was a lot discredited. Maybe not. I don't know if it was as much as Freud, but both were completely not always accurate, basically. But Jung, it's a very complicated way of describing it. The way I'm trying to describe it is it's like not just there's a universal idea, but rather civilizations individually build their civilization on that idea. Like, for instance, I think the ideas you find, say, in America would come from the English ethos, and that English ethos might come from the broader ethos that Anglo-Saxons were influenced by, which is in part like maybe comes from the Roman ethos, etc. So
right,
like,
yeah, it's drawing that. Yeah, it's that whole Western civilization line.
China, the way that Chinese ethos or the Chinese archetypes might be different, since China was not is not the same. They're more part of the Eastern civilization, whereas we're part of the Western civilization. So it's not per se a universal human storytelling. It's more so how societies build, because like there's not one society. There's the Western civilization versus the Eastern civilization. If you can get more specific than that, there's empires. So it's more it's better to, the more like you extrapolate it out, the less accurate it's gonna be. So like the more broad and generalizing you use it, the less accurate it is. But the more specific you use it, the more like very specifically you apply it to a certain civilization or empire, that's you're gonna get more accurate. So the broader, the less accurate; the more specific, the more accurate. So that's generally the rule.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's I always feel like stuff like that is like trying to thread. I feel like that mindset always has you just like trying to reach back as far as you can to tie yourself to some other, I think, set of moral and ethical values to kind of justify. Like it always feels like a post hoc, like, oh well, if I can come up with like a historical reason for holding this or that opinion, or like or advocating for this or that like societal structure, then like, you know, as long as I can come up with a historical like example of it working or whatever, then that makes it better. I don't know, like it always, like I understand where it comes from, but like yeah, it kind of feels like, to be reductive, reaching. That's like the best I can say.
Yeah, I mean, so but to what extent do you think there is accuracy in like in Jung, because like in the same way you described culturally in the form of sociology, how like sort of that 30 years law applies, how that might happen. An example of the sociological cultural zeitgeist might transcend over in the course of a lifetime, over the course of several decades. To what extent that could be parallel to, say, certain ideas or metaphysics that happen over the course of generations and not decades, like centuries, in the form of literature, archetypes, what we tell our kids. Like, to what extent this is like a very broad version of that in a parallel, in the sense that there is any accuracy to the idea that we as a civilization are influenced by the ethics of the previous civilizations and the stories and narratives we came up with there then.
I think there's an argument that you could absolutely make. I don't know if you can extrapolate it like far into centuries, only really because the way that like civilizations develop over centuries and like appear and disappear is also going to change a bit of that. Like the 30-year cycle usually is a very short term, I think, use in terms of like looking at that. But I can understand how like one would think like, well, if this works in the short term, like doesn't it make sense that like our archetypes like stretch back all the way back to like the Roman civilization possibly, which I could see an argument for that. I just don't know if it would work at such a long length of time, because most of the time you're working like so many different societal transformations happen over the course of like even the United States. Like there isn't a lot of, we don't see as much like
You want me to give you an example of that I think might that'll try and appeal? Like
I mean, I think with media there's an argument for it. I don't know if like
an example, for
yeah.
instance. So an example would be your concept. So you were raised Catholic, right?
For a time, yeah.
And did you go to Catholic school?
I did.
So for instance, perhaps your understanding of perhaps your perspectives on morality, are you like atheist or agnostic, or are you still...
I mostly identify as agnostic, mainly because I don't really think that I haven't seen evidence of any kind of higher being, but I also haven't seen evidence one way or the other, so I don't feel like it's fair to
But maybe have you ever considered it's a possibility that say your archetype of what a god is comes from a monotheistic centric and Abrahamic bias, where when you think God, your archetype of what God is comes from that Abrahamic centric worldview, because you grew up in that Abrahamic civilization with an Abrahamic God, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Our understanding of monotheism and polytheism, absolutely, yeah.
I would think of like the archetype of a mother, like mother. We generally associate that. There's a reason why we associate our mothers with nurturing and protective and love and caring and taking care of you as a child, and that best aspect of the female nature, which is loving and caring and kindness and taking care of you. Because from our evolutionary perspective, it would make sense that woman would evolve to be the dominant nurturers in society, because men were hunter-gatherers, and because men were hunter-gatherers, this means women had to take care of the kids and do all this, and they had to develop more nurturing feminine attributes, and so this means the way modern humans archetype of woman as better caretakers, as more loving, as more compassionate, as more tender. A lot of that may come from, say, our inherited evolutionary archetype of someone who can take care of us while the dad is the hunter-gatherer, and if you play it to modern civilization, the dad's as the breadwinner. And these things change, but these are just some examples where that's like even going further. That's going beyond even Roman times, like evolutionary times. Like
yeah.
There's so many examples where our collective evolution and evolutionary psychology, as well as like cultural influences, might overlap with historic archetypes because of just how they've evolved.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a point there. We also have to remember though that is like the conception of like women as caretakers and all the rest of that stuff is also still is not what's the word I'm looking for? Is not ubiquitous across all civilizations.
I'm just saying that's something we inherited.
Right? Yeah. Under the same like civilizational, I think, like framework. Yeah. I can agree with that then. Yeah. I can see what you mean.
Yeah. And in that sense, I think Jung was kind of correct. It just depends how you interpret it. Because like when you're talking about something as like vague as like collected ethos, like what do you mean by that? Because like because that can refer to a lot of things over a lot of generations, over a lot of civilizations. So when how long has human civilization been around for? Like how many thousands of years?
I mean, if we're talking, it's it's a lot. It's like millions of years, I believe. Let's find out. Let's Google. How long have humans been on Earth? According to Bing, 6 million years. This is quite a while.
Yeah, but like, let's say civilization. So let's say
If we're talking like real humans, we're probably talking like a mil. Yeah, about 1 million until
so
we're
that-
walking on 2 feet, and
well,
like
how about to like there's diaspora and there's things like the Mesopotamians and the ancient Egyptians, like modern modern, what do you call it, like nation states. Or, like,
nation states. Oh God, if we're talking nation states, you're looking like 80. It looks, well, this says 80,000. That sounds about. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, 6,000. It looks like there's actually
no,
one
not
specifically.
like, maybe not nation states, like to like we had like agricultural civilization.
Right. No. Yeah, no. There was like a civilization option. There's like one that's like civilization 6,000 years. So yeah.
So like that's still a lot of time.
Yeah.
And this isn't including all the evolutionary stuff. So like even post evolution, this is just civilization. Even if you exclude all the millions of years of the evolution, the hunter-gatherer times would have influenced us. Even if you're talking modern civilization, let's say, was this roughly a time like ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, there's like a pyramid on it, so I'm assuming that's what they're.
Basically, yeah. I mean, this is still 6,000 years is a lot of time. That's a lot of great grandparents.
Yeah, this is that's like way back there.
So like
this is a grainy ass picture.
You have to generalize a bit. Like you can't say all of our ethos is collectively inherited because that might go too far. But like it's just like broad interpretation of how it comes. Because like you are using broad strokes here.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah. I would assume that Jung's problem was that he extrapolated that way too far out and way too like I can see that from the broad strokes. But yeah, the minute you're getting into like you're delving a little too specific is where it's like that really doesn't like match up super well. Looking at Twitter.
And I don't really know what Freud's main disagreements with Jung was.
Probably because maybe Jung was like, I didn't want to fuck my mom, and Freud was like, yeah, you did. You absolutely wanted to fuck your mom. Stop.
Wait, does my attraction to women who happen to be older than me, is that like a projected Oedipus complex?
If you're what?
I don't want to fuck my mom. I don't have an Oedipus complex. I would never attract. But I am attracted to more nurturing type females and women who are older, more experiments, more mature. Is that like a projected Oedipus complex?
I mean, probably. I mean, maybe under that definition, possibly.
I would have a bit of a crush from someone who's 61 years old.
I mean, hey man, you did. Hey man, you how do you even spell that? That? No, it's with an O. I should have known. Let's see. 1 second. Let me. Mythical Greek king of. Oh my god, I don't want the Greek icon. God damn it. I want the thing. Give me the thing. There it is. I mean,
I come from Greek background.
I mean, maybe
my grandparents were Jews.
Maybe you're just reaching back into your heritage then. Psychological theory. Sigmund Freud. I mean, if you're asking me, I wouldn't. Okay, it might be a projected Oedipus complex, but that's not a bad thing. Like, if it is, you live your life. You be happy.
I mean, it is a bad thing if I'm like getting with someone who's 61.
Well, yes. Well. Let me think about this. In a world where you are 18, go forth.
Yeah.
In a world where you're 18, go forth.
I'm not 18, so.
Oh, you got 3 years. You got 3 years, and you rob the grave as much as you want, my friend.
Gilfs.
I just want people. I like people being happy.
Yeah. No. So like Freud, his whole thing was, yeah. I mean, he believed a lot of our modern psychology comes from sexual oppression. So he believed that, and like a lot of his, and on top of the fact that he also believed that, men are attracted to their mothers, like the Oedipus complex, or boys are attracted to mothers. So it's like, from what I'm reading, it seems like he was a big proponent of, also he also like had like the id and the ego and the unconscious mind. So but it seems like his view was the unconscious like came a lot of that was mostly influenced from a sexual perspective. So the dynamic perspective concerns firstly but the parts of censorship which maintains unwanted anxiety. So he believes yeah, it's a little bit complicated.
We're humans, man. We're all complicated.
Well, so he developed like I would presume like the id and the ego. And
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the if I correctly remember, the id is like it's like what we want to do, but we don't know we want to do it, and this super ego is like or moral compass or what we tries to regulate our behavior in line with morality, and the ego is like a realistic like our the closest to our conscious, like a realistic agent that tries to like combine both our desires and our morality and applies that to I'm pretty sure that's like the dynamics of the unconscious, right?
The ego. So looking at a because I'm a charts person or not a charts, like a visual person, but looking at this, and I kind of remember this. Yeah. So the ego is going to be kind of the compromise between the two of them. The id is always going to be like what you want to do, and your super ego is going to be what's kind of ethically determining whether you should or should not do a thing.
Yeah. So I got it basically right.
Yeah.
And how does that play to like his? And then why does he believe like sexual oppression? How does that play into that?
I would assume. I mean, you're asking somebody without a degree. I would assume. It's like it's a case where like maybe your ego doesn't like develop a compromise and you're working strictly off of your id possibly, but again, you're asking someone without a degree, my friend.
Yeah.
I make burgers for a living.
I think in a sense there was the id, ego, and super ego kind of vindicated, or no?
I think those to a degree were, yeah. It was like a lot of the extrapolating, honestly, from what I remember studying, which I didn't study that much of psychology, but from what I remember, the issues were kind of in the like he made a lot of I think like leaps when it came to like the sexual aspect of it, and that's kind of what got him like famous from what I understand.
But he was mostly vindicated on the idea that the id is like the what we want to do, our desires, the super ego is our morality, and the ego is like the moderator between the two. Was that mostly vindicated?
From what I understand, yes. Yeah, because that's essentially the way anybody works. Is it's like you want to do a thing, you have to assess whether that thing is right, and usually you come to some kind of compromise of like, I will do a version of the thing I want to do,
Yeah, but in line with morality, ideally.
Yeah, usually. I think usually that's where the field that it's used in. But yeah.
I see. Well, if that in that case, then I don't see what the main competition between Freud and Jung comes in. I'll maybe we can look it up. Let's see, what is, because I don't see what about that fundamentally disagrees with the idea that some of that morality might be inherited. I don't see, but I'm pretty sure Jung and Freud had many disagreements. So maybe I'm just super confused. What is the difference between Freud and Jung? But Freud and Jung believed that the human psyche is made up of components. While Freud divided the psyche into the unconscious, preconscious. I guess
can I interrupt you with bad news? I'm over time by quite a bit.
How did we even get here?
Well, I don't know. Just talking. This happened the last time I talked to somebody too. I generally just let the conversations go. I don't have enough of an audience, or like, there's not a million people trying to keep me on track. So I just kind of let the conversations go, and I don't know. I just like talking with people.
Okay, I mean, I'll read more into this, but
Read more. Get back to me. Educate me on this one, because I don't have time to research that much. Monday. Actually, tomorrow I'm gonna do a midday one, because I'm not doing one Tuesday. So tomorrow I'll be on in the earlier part of the day, assuming nothing comes up. But otherwise, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 7 o'clock.
I might be able to get to it. We'll see.
Mountain time. I'll be here next week, and like I said, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 7 p.m. Mountain time.
How long will your midday stream be?
Maybe like an hour or two. But I'm not doing calls tomorrow, though. You took up all my time tonight, so this is gonna be the call. And then I got to do all the rest of the stuff tomorrow.
We can catch up a little bit and chat tomorrow.
Yeah, we could do that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But, all right. You have yourself a nice night. I will talk to you in the future. I'm going to sign off the show, and then...
Is there any point we've gotten to?
What do you mean? Like a point of agreement? I think we both agreed that, what's it called? To not be mean to people who want to play Harry Potter games. I think that's what we overall came to an agreement on.
And is there any other side points we...
Let me think. What else did we agree on? We mostly agreed on intersectionality, but only on the specific use of how I look at it, not on the textbook definition, which I do think is... I think is a perfectly fine thing to understand, the way that like different groups are discriminatory towards other groups and the overlapping issues therein. But if you ask me, you should be using that to coalition build, not to try and figure out a way to find out who has it worse, because who gives a shit? Just make life better for everybody.
Media, psychology, and Jordan Peterson, and a lot of things.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah. Yeah.
It was good talking.
Yeah, it was nice talking. Love talking.
Okay.
You have a nice night, though.
You too.
Bye. Wow. Okay, that lasted a long time. If there's like something I need to be better at, is getting like a timer to like stop that. Because I just like talking to people, so it's like I just want to engage. I want to pick people's brains, but I do this, But let me say this before we sign off. But if you want to see long form conversations like this, and me not have to cut it short, and maybe we do this with like more and more people. Either one of two things. You should go. There's like the email that's above my head. You should email me. Let me know what you want to talk about, and then you can come on and we can have a little chit chat about whatever it is you want to talk about. And while you're at it, also hit the follow button if you're on Twitch, and hit the subscribe button if you're on YouTube. Just otherwise, if you just kind of liked hanging out, I also really appreciate that too. Helps the channel, helps everything else. But otherwise, I gotta run. This is our bedroom, and some people need to sleep, unfortunately. So you all have a nice night. I mentioned to him earlier, and I was going to say at the bottom of the show, tomorrow I'm going to be doing a midday stream, because we're not doing one Tuesday night. It's Valentine's Day. I know. We got plans, so apologies for that one. But Monday, obviously, and Thursday, as usual, 7 o'clock Mountain Time, right here. Otherwise, see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna go over all the stuff we didn't go over today, because we took the call. And you all have a nice day. Also, again, I think I said this earlier. Thursday, I think, is going to be kind of the call day. So like when this happens, I'm going to try to control this to a Thursday thing where we do calls. But either way, you all have a lovely night. I've been having a great time. You've been a great audience, and I will see you all tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, right. You're going to be there.